Good morning, everyone. If you'd please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, I open the public hearing on House Bill 56 and invite the sponsor to introduce this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative David Muse, and I represent the city of Portsmouth and the towns of Newington and Newcastle. I come before you today to introduce a common sense public safety bill that would do two things. First, HB 56 would implement a universal firearms background check process in our state. And secondly, it would establish a minimum 72-hour waiting period before a transfer can take place. This bill has two main objectives. The first is to reduce the risk of firearms falling into the hands of felons, protective order violators, domestic abusers, and people whose severe mental illness has made them federally ineligible to buy firearms. The second is to help reduce gun homicides and suicides in our state by creating a 72-hour buffer of time that can help people who are in a crisis or considering suicide. Currently in New Hampshire, a firearms background check is only required when a firearm purchase is made from a federally licensed firearms dealer. While it's a felony in New Hampshire to sell or transfer a firearm to a convicted felon, enforcing this prohibition can be a challenge. That's because of a critical loophole. In our state, we don't require background checks for private sales that don't involve a licensed dealer. This loophole creates a dangerous gap in our law. It not only makes it easier for a convicted felon to obtain a firearm, but also for domestic abusers and other people our laws have determined pose a public safety risk high enough to prevent them from owning a firearm. Unlike past attempts to pass a bill like this, the bill before you today does not try to parse the difference between a commercial sale and a private sale. Under this proposed legislation, any transfer of ownership of a firearm where neither party is a licensed firearms dealer will require a background check. The logic is pretty simple. If you want to buy a gun in New Hampshire, you need to get a background check in New Hampshire. But for most sensible rules, there are always sensible exceptions. You'll find them in this bill. Starting on page 3, line 9, you'll see certain types of transfers have been carved out. These include, among other things, gifts and inheritances between immediate family members and temporary transfers between hunters and target shooters. Under the bill, transfers between private parties will be facilitated by federally licensed firearms dealers at their place of business. The role of the dealer will be to initiate the background check process, to notify the parties of the result, and if the background check clears, to complete the transfer between the two parties. You'll find the process outlined starting on page 2, line 13. Another key part of this bill is the minimum 72-hour waiting period between the time a background check is initiated and the transfer of the firearm to the new owner. Currently, there is no waiting period, and a weapon can be transferred as soon as the background check clears. Under this bill, the waiting period would start immediately after the initiation of the background check by a licensed firearms dealer. If the background check clears, the waiting period would expire 72 hours after the process was initiated by the dealer. To be clear, no transfer could take place until the background check clears, even if it takes more than 72 hours. Why add a waiting period? Because for people in crisis, a waiting period can mean the difference between life and death. As you'll hear a bit later, suicide attempts are often impulsive, singular tragedies that involve very little planning. Studies have also shown that some of the factors that incite violence against others, such as anger and rage, can also be very short-lived and can dissipate if given time. Waiting periods provide a cooling-off period for people who might harm themselves or others. Universal background checks help reduce the risk of firearms from falling into the hands of people that our laws, for very good reason, prohibit from purchasing or possessing firearms. For 99% of the population, these changes will basically be a small inconvenience. But for more than a few of our citizens, these changes could be lifesavers. I ask the committee to recommend HB 56 ought to pass, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Prue.
I didn't see a carve out for, let's say, a woman who just filed a restraining order because someone threatened her life. I didn't see that in there.
That's because it is not in there. And one of the reasons it's not in there is we got feedback from from several different organizations that that particular type of provision is problematic. Many times the woman won't necessarily have had any training in the use of the firearm. It's also very possible for somebody who's not familiar with how to handle a gun or how to handle somebody in a situation like that, that the gun can be taken away from her and used against her. So the bottom line is it's a two-edged sword.
Any further questions? Representative Scheer.
Could you tell me what the percentage of suicides or gun suicides?
The percentage of gun suicides
Percentage of suicides that are suicide by gun.
by gun, not off the top of my head. I probably should know that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for bringing the bill to us. At this point, I want to let everyone know that we have well over a dozen people who are going to testify today. So I'm going to limit testimony to 3 minutes each, please. The time will be kept by the clerk, and we'll let you know when you're about 15 seconds out. So please try to condense your testimony and not repeat what other people have said if you have a salient point you'd like to get across yourself. With that, I recognize Representative Sue Newman. She's not here.
Yes, good morning to the committee. My name is Sue Newman. I'm a representative from Nashua, Ward 2. My remarks will be very, very brief. Previous representative covered everything and did it expertly, as he always does. I just want to say a couple of words. Common sense. I've heard a lot about common sense over this past year, people running for office. Our president now has said he is supporting a revolution of common sense. And to me, background checks has and will remain a common sense issue. Years ago, when I was walking around many parts of our ward in Nashua, I asked gun owners and non-gun owners alike, did they support background checks? Many were horrified that background checks weren't required already, but they weren't, but people supported it. Driving up here today, I couldn't help but noticing big trucks on the road, small trucks, small cars, large cars, whatever. The thing in common that we have, we've all got a license to drive, or at least we should. So I'm going to end with common sense that if you people, the committee, and hopefully the entire House is supportive and grasps the concept of common sense, I would hope background checks falls into that as a common sense measure to prevent and help prevent gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The chair recognizes the Honorable Tom Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, for the record, my name is Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1, Pelham. I'm here to testify in opposition of HB 56. This bill injects federal government into what should be a simple person-to-person transfer of property. It's already a federal crime to transfer to a prohibited person, and criminals don't obey this law. This puts unnecessary hurdles in the way of a straightforward transaction between law-abiding citizens. This is to say nothing of the Fifth Amendment violation that is the ATF Form 4473, where admitting to using cannabis, even medically, prohibits you from receiving a firearm. Just like every other gun control bill filed everywhere, this will have no impact on violent crime and only punishes those inclined to follow the law already. I ask you to vote ITL on HB 56. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The chair calls Kathleen Slover.
Okay, there we go. Hi, my name is Kathleen Slover. I'm from Portsmouth, and I'll be speaking on behalf of myself. Please vote ought to pass on HB 56. On Wednesday, April 12th, 2023, a young man posted a video of himself with a handgun and the text, "I'm gonna shoot up the school." He was in his car in front of Portsmouth High School. Law enforcement later recovered his vehicle, an AR-15 rifle, a shotgun, camouflage body armor, a handgun holster, a red dot sight, and numerous rounds of ammunition. The FBI special agent in charge said the danger posed by Kyle Hendrickson in this case was very real. He not only threatened to commit a mass shooting at Portsmouth High School, he had the means to do it, illustrated by the AR-15 rifle, shotgun, and body armor that we recovered inside his vehicle. The man was charged with a felony and sentenced to 37 months in federal prison. My son was a student at PHS at the time. In fact, you can see his classroom in the video footage that was posted. It was by a stroke of luck or some miraculous moment of sanity on Hendrickson's part that he didn't go through with his intention of shooting up a school that day, whether it was PHS or another school. And it seems just as miraculous that law enforcement was tipped off and was able to find him, confiscate his weapon stash, and throw him in jail. This man will get out of jail in 3 years, and if he decides to come back to the Northeast coming up the I-95 corridor, he'll have to pass 11 states before he gets to one that allows him to get a firearm without a background check. That state is New Hampshire. Once again, the safety of Granite Staters will be dependent on the whim and discretion of one person, the person deciding whether to run a background check or not, a background check that would flag him as a felon and prohibit him from obtaining a firearm. Once again, our fates and those of our children will be decided by luck and miracles. It takes more than luck and miracles to keep our kids and communities safe. It takes responsibility and leadership. Please vote ought to pass for HB 56.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair calls Kimberly Moran.
Hello. Oh, the big chair. Okay. I'm unsure why two wildly unpopular gun control bills were meshed into one wildly unpopular gun control bill, but here we are. The background check portion of this bill was written by an out-of-state gun control organization from California over a decade ago. There's a reason it has failed all these years. The bill makes it impossible for women and others to get gun safety training classes from anyone other than a multi-billion-dollar corporation or the few ranges that have gun shops attached in New Hampshire. In those cases, the costs are increased, and that impedes low-income women the most. This bill makes it unfeasible for most private instructors to teach gun safety training, which is what the people proposing this legislation claims they support. You cannot claim to be for gun safety, then push legislation that does the exact opposite of supporting gun safety. On to the second part, the mandatory waiting period. The proponents of this legislation claim it's to curb those who commit suicide using a firearm. The fact that this bill targets only those who purchase firearms and does nothing to increase suicide awareness or propose more help for those who may feel suicidal shows the bill is about control and not helping those in need. It's not that they care more about the people using a firearm for suicide over those who commit suicide in other ways. It's about control. There are women who have had to get a firearm in emergency situations, some to protect themselves from violent stalkers or abusers, like you were mentioning, Chairman. Waiting 3 days to purchase a firearm would have resulted in those women being murdered. This bill would enable their murderers. According to the New Hampshire HHS site, the number of suicides decreased in 2023. I think this is an excellent trend we can all agree on. Most likely, it's due to getting people the help and resources they need. Harming others who seek to practice their fundamental human right to self-defense, especially women, where it can literally mean their life or death, does nothing but implement draconian gun control measures that have no place in the live free or die state, especially if you claim to be for women's rights. Please vote inexpedient to legislate on this bill. It does nothing to increase gun safety or decrease suicide, and it does everything to decrease the safety of women in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sure, go ahead.
Excuse me, I'm going to keep asking the same question until I get an answer from somebody. Do you know the number of suicides that are suicide by gun?
You know what? I did all kinds of research in New Hampshire, and I couldn't find it on any of the websites. There was 201 suicides in New Hampshire in 2023, and the last time when I did find the statistics, it was about half. So it was about 50% the last time I looked, which was a couple of years ago. Same bill.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To save you from having to look that up further, I believe it's available on the FBI's website. Who's next? The chair calls Marcella Doobie.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing my brief testimony. My name is Marcella Doobie. I am a volunteer member of Moms Demand Action. I am also the suicide prevention lead for Moms Demand. I'm going to try and keep it under 3 minutes, and if it's possible, if I can yield my time to someone else. Okay. A waiting period law requires a certain number of days to elapse between the purchase of a firearm and when the buyer can actually take possession of that gun. By delaying the immediate access to firearms, waiting periods can create an important cooling off period that can help prevent impulsive acts of gun violence, including gun homicides and gun suicides. The immediate purchase and acquisition of a gun allows people to act on temporary emotions and impulses, which can increase the risk of both gun suicides and gun homicide. Suicide attempts are often impulsive, singular episodes that involve little planning. Many studies suggest that most suicide survivors contemplated their actions for only a brief period of time, often less than 24 hours, before making the suicide attempt. Waiting period laws, which create a buffer between the time of a gun purchase and a gun acquisition, can help to prevent impulsive acts of gun violence. And for those who are worried about the women who need to protect themselves against their abuser, this would also protect her if somebody needed to buy a gun and they wanted to attack their domestic partner. Works in both ways. Studies suggest that the waiting period laws are associated with reduced rates of firearm suicide. By one estimation, waiting period laws may reduce firearm suicide rates by 7 to 11%. Waiting period laws also appear to reduce gun homicide rates. One study found that waiting period laws that delay the purchase of firearms by only a few days can reduce gun homicides by roughly 17%. And just to keep this short, I would just like to briefly list a few of 22 states that have waiting periods. California, 10 days. Colorado, 3 days, effective October 23rd. District of Columbia, 10 days. Florida, 3 days. Hawaii, 14 days. Illinois, 72 hours. Maine, 72 hours. New Mexico, 7 days. Rhode Island, 7 days. Vermont, 72 hours. Washington, 10 business days. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony. I am in support of this bill.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Representative Henry Giasson.
Guyson. Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable representatives of the committee. For record, my name is Representative Henry Guyson, Hillsborough 29th District. I'm going to oppose this bill, and I would hope that this body would ITL this on a few grounds. One of them is, it is the duty of this body to protect the rights of the people. The rights of the people have been delineated and are referenced multiple times in our Bill of Rights and throughout our Constitution of the state and of the federal government. There is no other right where you have to apply for permission to exercise it. You don't need a permit to keep your house free of illegal searches without warrant. You don't need a permit or training class to go to church or to stand outside of our courthouse here today with a sign that expresses your opinion. You don't have to have a permit in order to be free from government prosecution without due process. But we're asking people to have waiting periods and, in cases, permits to exercise their inalienable rights. It is the duty of this body to protect the rights of the people. And that is where the duty of this body ends. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair recognizes Kate Giddens.
Good morning, everyone. I represent Women for Gun Rights. I'm the state director here in New Hampshire, and I just want to throw my weight behind the testimonies of all those opposing this bill today, and just add to that that the redundancy of this bill, as there are already multiple laws in place in New Hampshire and on a federal level that prohibit the possession of firearms by people with who have been deemed mentally defected or they're felons. You're not allowed to give guns to minors. There are already penalties in place for that. And to point out that if you want to buy a gun in New Hampshire, you need a background check. That is true. That's exactly what happens. If you want to gift a gun, if you want to transfer a gun, that is up to the responsible gun owner and them alone. There are already laws in place that will penalize them if they do the wrong thing. The responsibility is on them to make the right decision. And I also want to note that it's not known that felons and mentally ill people go by the book. This bill will actually not do anything to stop that. Drug dealers and people looking to commit crimes will not go together to their local FFL to fill out paperwork and hand over their details. It's just not how life works if we're talking about common sense. And I also just wanted to point out that this type of bill would leave women quite vulnerable. 1 in 6 are stalked, 1 in 4 are raped, 1 in 3 are the victims of domestic violence. If they should need to have protection, they ought to be able to get that as quickly as possible. And I did just want to quickly mention, I wasn't going to say anything about suicide, but just for a touch of reality, where I'm originally from in Australia, where guns were confiscated back in 1996, the effect of that on the suicide rates is that before that time, suicides were mostly about 50% by firearm. Nowadays, that is just replaced by hanging. They find a rope or a belt or something like that, and they do what they intend to do. So actually, where suicides are concerned and lowering the suicide rate, unfortunately, it's so very sad, but if people want to do that, they will find a way to do that. I'm sorry to end on that note, but that concludes my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Nick Parinchevich, if I said it right.
Thank you, Chair, Committee, for letting me speak. My name is Nick Parancevich. I'm a retired trauma surgeon. I was a general and vascular surgeon at Concord Hospital, but during a 40-year career, which ended about a decade ago, as far as taking direct care of people, it was always saying, being on call, being available at night, take care of trauma. Most traumas were, and gun trauma were at night. To answer Representative Shear's question, I think the data that I'm aware of on suicide, guns, and so forth, hospital data, when people get to a hospital, if it's a suicide attempt, and taking all the suicide attempts, whether they're successful or not, dying, it's about 5% were involved with guns. And most people still take drugs or hanging, maybe in Australia. But if you do use a gun, you're more than 50% successful. So the deaths, if you take all the suicide deaths that the hospitals deal with, a little over 50% of them are guns. So that's pretty up-to-date data, I think. Even though I haven't operated on anybody for trauma in a decade, I still teach. I'm up today in Lebanon with medical students and residents this morning in Concord, so I'm still teaching and trying to keep up to date. I just want you to my perspective. It's a different perspective because once badness happens with a gun or without a gun, we're there, but we surgeons with a gun. When Sandy Hook happened in 2012, one of the surgeons I trained with, his name is Len Jacobs, head at Hartford, chief of surgery and trauma. He's the guy that got the call about Sandy Hook, all those kids being damaged. And the first call was, be ready, because there's a lot of damage here. We don't know how bad it is. The second call was half an hour later where he called, so what's happening? The answer is, forget it, they're all dead. And he was asked the next day to go down and look at all the autopsies. And that generated an interest in the American College of Surgeons, my educational, not so much a union group in DC, but a big educational group. And within about 6 months, the College of Surgeons, of which I'm still a member, I'm representing myself, basically came out with Stop the Bleed. So when you look at an AED in a high school, or anywhere, there's a tourniquet there. That's all we did. In other words, said, no, let's stop the bleeding as well as being able to use the AED. However, it also started a commission that reported in 2017, 5 years later, of surgeons. And they asked many trauma surgeons from major trauma hospitals. Dartmouth did not have a representative on that, but they made sure that the 15 people on that commission, 13 of them were members of the NRA. So they wanted to see what surgeons who were members of the NRA wanted. And this type of bill was #1 on the list. And they're still pushing for that in Congress and so forth. So it's a different perspective. I know it has a lot to do with rights, but those of us in the trenches, granted I haven't been there in 10 years, have a different perspective that I wanted to share with you. We clean up the mess and try to save lives. That's all I have to say. Any questions?
Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Chair calls Justin Davis.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the committee. My name is Justin Davis. I represent the National Rifle Association here in New Hampshire. I am a New Hampshire resident as well. As already noted, this bill combines two perennial failed bills from California-style gun control into one, which is a pretty interesting political tactic to take, but we'll kind of split this up into two things, waiting periods as well as the universal background check bill. So as noted, this bill would set up a 3-day arbitrary waiting period for folks who already go through a legal background check. So you go to your local FFL, you buy a new Glock, you go and you get your background check, you pass your background check. Well, now you have to wait 3 days for the sake of waiting 3 days. This denies an individual right to their urgent self-defense. As noted, women who are endangered from an abuser who need immediate self-defense are in particular risk for this, although they can obtain a piece of paper that says a protection from abuse order. As we've seen before, that does not always result in a safe situation. It also has a major impact on the economy. New Hampshire is home to over 10,000 2A-related firearm jobs. That creates over multiple billions of dollars in economic impact. As you probably know, Maine has also passed a 72-hour waiting period. They've had a 10% decrease in background checks, which can kind of tell us about the firearm sales. Ironically enough, they've also passed a universal background check. In response to that, New Hampshire's seen a 10% increase. So what we're seeing here is that individuals will leave the state to buy firearms. Folks who come here for hunting recreation, who may come here to buy a firearm to hunt, will no longer come to New Hampshire to hunt, further impacting our rural economy. So this is beyond a public safety issue. It's also a very real financial issue. regarding universal background checks, folks who say that you can buy a firearm in New Hampshire without a background check are really misleading, right? So like we said before, if you go to an FFL, you have to pass a background check. And folks who do private transfers are very aware that if you transfer a firearm to a prohibited individual, well, that's a crime. So typically a lot of these transfers are friend to friend, family member to family member. And folks who may not know the individual can still go to an FFL and get that background check, right? They'll pay maybe a $50 fee for a transfer fee. That background check will be run and that will be processed through there. By mandating this, once again, you're really harming the ability for folks to have the New Hampshire tradition of lending a firearm to a family member or friend, selling a firearm to a coworker who they know are not prohibited. And there's also this idea that, criminals are going to do private sales and buying it from somebody without a universal background check. Well, the Obama administration actually found that 90% of crimes with firearms were actually used through straw purchase and theft. Once again, you put a universal background check law in place, individuals who are criminals, who by definition will not follow the law, will find ways to obtain firearms and simply put a burden on law-abiding citizens. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I know you have a lot of testimony today, so I'll try to cut it short.
Representative Lascelles?
Yes, thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
A lot is made for the lack of control here in New Hampshire as far as the transfer of firearms. Do you have any statistics comparing New Hampshire's rate of firearm deaths as compared to a more strict state, such as Connecticut or New York or California or Illinois? Do you have any statistics? How does New Hampshire compare? We're the live free or die state. How does New Hampshire compare to some of these more strict states?
Absolutely. I appreciate that question. Well, I'm sure all of you know on criminal justice that New Hampshire is proudly the safest state in the country, right? So for criminal activity, there's no better place to live. We want to be safe than New Hampshire. In the opposite of that, if you go to places like California or some of these places that have very high levels of gun control, they're much less safe by a per capita standard as well as a violent crime rate. I don't have those off the top of my hand. I'm happy to compile a document and provide that to the committee.
Thank you. And just for everyone, as I said to the professor, very detailed statistics are available on the FBI website.
Absolutely.
Representative Bogart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask the question, and thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
Could you tell me what the average time it takes to have a background check performed?
Typically, it's the National Instant Criminal Background Check System for a reason. So what happens is you fill out your 4473, it goes to the FFL, they run it through the FBI system. It purely depends a lot what you fill out, your name. I have a very common name. I'm fourth. Justin Day was the fourth, so sometimes it can take a little bit longer. But typically, you're in and out in several minutes. Sometimes it can take longer. The FBI can delay that transfer if there's an issue. But it is a national background check system through the FBI that is meant to be instant.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
The chair calls Simonida Thaber.
Honorable Chair and members of the committee, my name is Simonida Thurber, and I'm from Exeter, New Hampshire. I trust that we're all gathered here because we all have the best interest of every Granite Stater in mind. And what tops the list of best interests here is saving lives. Saving lives of children, saving lives of veterans, saving lives of all Granite Staters. New Hampshire residents also cherish their freedoms. But to be able to enjoy our freedoms, we have to be alive first. New Hampshire ranks 9th lowest in gun death rate according to the Giffords Law Center. Ranking 9th out of 50 states sounds good, but it also means that almost 20% of states are doing better than New Hampshire. I don't want to settle for the 9th. I want New Hampshire to have the lowest gun death rate in the country. Now, how can we lower our gun death rate and improve our ranking? How can we save at least some of the 141 lives that are lost to gun violence in our state on the average every year. We might start by seeing what our neighbors are doing. 5 of our Northeast neighbors, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut, have a lower death rate than New Hampshire. And what do they all have in common? They all conduct universal background checks. In New Hampshire, licensed firearm dealers conduct background checks, but firearm sales at auctions, gun shows, and between private citizens don't follow these same high standards. To save lives, all firearm sales in New Hampshire, with obviously some exceptions, should include a background check. All parties should behave as professionally as licensed dealers. We know universal background checks save lives. Granted, staters know that background checks do not infringe on their freedoms. Healthy, law-abiding citizens who purchase a firearm wait only a few days, which is a small ask for a life-saving benefit. And now let me talk about waiting periods. A brief waiting period would also prevent many deaths by suicide. Most firearm deaths are suicides, and most suicide attempts take place within minutes of a person's decision to end their lives. And besides, there is about 90% of suicide attempts with firearms are lethal. So those people don't get a second chance. And I have a copy of a peer-reviewed journal here that I'm happy to share with you. I've also, at the bottom of my testimony, list the reference that according to clinical psychology and psychotherapy, an overwhelming number of suicide attempts happens rapidly from the decision to die to actual attempt. Over a third, 36% of people act within 5 minutes of the decision to die. Please vote in support of House Bill 56. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this morning, ma'am. The chair recognizes the Honorable John Stone.
Good morning, honorable members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Jonathan Stone. I reside in Claremont, New Hampshire. I have a business of Black Op Arms where I'm a partner and currently serve as the operations manager and NFA compliance officer. I'm here to rise in opposition of this bill and also to maybe answer any questions you might have on the actual realities of background checks in the state of New Hampshire performed on a daily basis. We have to differentiate, between the state background checks that are done on handgun purchases and what's called an other. In addition, we also do the NICS checks that are done by the FBI with long guns. And waiting periods, in my opinion, are very unnecessary burden for many people and for many reasons. Does not improve the quality of the background check. I do have the experience over the last 13 years of having women coming in seeking out either firearms, a combination of firearms and non-lethal weapons such as tasers and pepper spray. To hinder anyone's ability to purchase a firearm is really unacceptable. New Hampshire does not really have a gun problem. We have very low gun crime. We have very low rates of suicide when it comes to guns when compared to narcotics such as fentanyl. In addition, you see a lot of people in a gun culture of New Hampshire that are responsible citizens. They are not going out committing crimes. Unfortunately, most of the guns that are stolen or traded end up in the state of Massachusetts, which is a well-known documented fact with most of law enforcement. And I see this bill as pretty much the same as it was last year. And I often ask myself if anyone from law enforcement comes in to testify in support of this bill or even requested this bill from the prime sponsor, and I would eventually that would be a no. If you have any questions, I'm willing to take them, but I would recommend ITL this bill immediately.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Chair calls Donna Moore.
Do I have to push a button? Is this, it's good, okay, thank you. Well, I'm here to explain why a waiting period would have saved my son, Nathan. And I'm sorry, I might go over 3 minutes. Recently, I received 2 texts from Nate on the same day. One was to wish me a happy birthday, and the other was to say goodbye, and that he loved us and he was sorry. Then he called 911 to report a suicide at our house. He hung up the phone, put a gun to his temple, and pulled the trigger. The gun he used was purchased legally just a half hour before. The Hooksett police arrived first, and they found that he was still breathing. And then an ambulance came, and they took him to the Elliott Hospital, where he lived another 2 hours in pain. When my husband and I arrived, we were ushered into the family room of the ER, and a moment later, they told us they were moving him to the ICU, so we rushed out to see him, and there were nurses all around his head, like walking alongside the gurney. I thought, oh, thank God, because they're working on him. But really, they were just hiding us from seeing him. When we reached the ICU, a neurologist told us that Nate had no chance of survival. There was no significant brain activity. Keeping him alive was causing his body even more pain. Even though he had no brain activity, the neurologist told us that he was in pain from this gunshot. They told us he was going to die, and they asked us for permission to just let him go. So I asked to be with him and just hold his hand as he died and tell him I loved him and what a great son he was. But they said no, because it was too traumatic. I said I didn't care, but they said no. So he just told me that he lost most of his blood through the wound in his head, and they couldn't clean it. So my son died alone. I found out later that the bullet broke his teeth, that his eyes were bulging and bleeding from the pressure, and there was brain matter and skull pieces around the exit wound. That's what they didn't want us to see. That's what a gunshot does. And I'm telling you this to instill in you that a gunshot is not what you see in the movies. Nathan was in pain. If he had any idea what he was going to have to go through, or any idea what we will be going through forever, he never would have done this. He wouldn't have. If you lined everybody you knew up in order from who would be most likely to kill themselves to least likely, Nate would be at the end of that line. He had everything to live for. He was a senior at WPI, going to be a mechanical engineer. He had countless friends, a family who loved him. I mean, you could go on, but he had everything. He was just very chill. But the catalyst was, like it is for many people, a breakup. The girl he loved broke up with him just days before, and he was planning to spend his life with her. So he was just not emotionally mature enough to know how to deal with the pain. And at that precise moment, he felt that the pain would never go away. He wasn't in his right mind, so to speak. Our society seems to think that only people who have mental illnesses or use drugs or have this hatred of people who are evil will either kill themselves or kill someone else, but that is not true. Nate's suicide, like so many others, was spontaneous. He was grieving a loss. He was hurt and he was young, and he didn't know how to work through any of this. If he would have chosen any other means to kill himself besides a gun, he would be alive. Remember, he was alive for 2 more hours after shooting himself in the brain. An emotional loss triggers violent behavior in many of us. I mean, okay, like most of us. Like many of us have said things that we regret later. Not terrible things, but we might regret them. We might do things that we regret and say, oh, I wish I didn't do that, but I was really upset. Now, this bill is for someone who is at the other end. They're just the emotional pain is too much for them to handle. So the idea is to just give people a moment to take a breath before they make any rash decisions. Now, my husband and I are gun owners. We have a gun safe so our kids can't get to it, and that was not the gun he used. He drove 10 minutes away to the local gun shop, and he bought a gun in minutes. And I do not blame the gun shop. They did everything that they were supposed to do. They were ethical. They followed the law. He was 21. He came in to buy a gun. He didn't have a record, and they sold it to him. But if the law would have made him wait just a couple of more days, even 24 hours, he would have been able to make a rational decision on if he wanted to really end his life. Even if the result would have been the same, even if he still would have used that gun to take his life, he would have had time to think critically about the consequences. Applying for a gun but needing to wait would have given him time to think about his decision. He had friends coming over that weekend. It was my birthday. We were going to play games. We had Settlers of Catan all set up. But he was alone in the house and he was faced with a crisis and he didn't know how to get through it. The easiest thing for him to do was to go to the gun shop, buy a gun, and just end his life, ended the pain. It was split second. And I know that the Second Amendment says we have the right to bear arms, and I fully support that. I also know and support the Ninth Amendment, which says that we have additional rights that are not listed. And one of those is to be safe. And the New Hampshire Constitution provides you with the authority to make sure that our general welfare and our common good is safe. So our safety can be balanced with our rights for the common good of New Hampshire citizens. I'm asking you to vote in favor of this bill. Nate's friends and family and the entire community suffer every day from the loss of an amazing human because it was just too easy for him to get a gun. The world was a better place with him here, and I know passing the son isn't, this bill is it's not gonna bring my son back, but it could save the sons and daughters of other New Hampshire citizens. So I'm asking you to protect their lives. And I just wanted to answer your question, sir, that it is, I had looked these up before. It is, someone else mentioned, it's about 50% of suicides are by gun deaths. It's like 54.64%. And in New Hampshire in 2022, there was 247 suicides, or 249 suicides, and 147 were by guns. So I hope that helps you. And I don't know if you have any questions.
No, thanks. Yeah, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And I appreciate you taking my testimony and not cutting me off.
That's
Thanks.
okay. The chair calls Dr. John Hink.
Good morning. My name is Dr. John Hink, and I'm representing the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society in support of HB 56. I have worked as a psychiatrist at New Hampshire Hospital for many years. Gun violence has become a public health crisis, and it is preventable. The New Hampshire Psychiatric Society advocates for legislation to reduce deaths related to gun violence, including background checks and mandatory waiting periods. The use of a gun greatly increases the risk that violence to self or others will result in a fatality. In 2023 in New Hampshire, 85% of gun deaths were suicides. Choosing a gun as a method of suicide makes it much more likely that the individual will die compared to other methods. So in other words, when you use another method, many times the person actually survives. But when you choose a gun as the method, the majority will be a fatality. And, sadly, guns are now the leading cause of death for U.S. children and adolescents as of 2020. Studies have shown that background checks can reduce gun violence by prohibiting firearms to high-risk groups, including individuals with mental illness who have been adjudicated with due process to be a threat to themselves or others. Studies have also shown that mandatory waiting periods can reduce gun suicides and homicides by reducing the likelihood of impulsive acts, lowering the chance a person in crisis of getting a gun, stopping sudden decisions to commit violence to self or others, and increasing the chance that the suicidal thoughts will actually subside over time. I mean, we see this many times in our practice of psychiatry where someone in the moment is suicidal, but with the passage of time, they change their minds, and that's very common. Please vote in favor of HB 56. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony this morning.
I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I see no questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify in this bill who has not testified or come forward with a pink card yet? Sir, if you're going to testify, please pull out a card now, if you plan on testifying.
Wow. Good morning. Thank you for listening to me today. My name is Joe Hannon. I'm the Vice President for Gun Owners of New Hampshire. I'm speaking in opposition to this bill, probably for about the 12th time since I've been coming here. This bill is a perennial favorite, it seems. This does create an undue burden for people who wish to exercise their rights. You know, we've heard the expression, a right delayed is a right denied, and that's exactly what this is doing to people. There's no different than First Amendment rights being abridged by delaying permits or allowing people to exercise their First Amendment rights. The argument's been used that, oh, we can't necessarily let people exercise their First Amendment rights sometimes because violence may happen. We've seen cities burn, people get killed, property destroyed, mayhem ensuing. But we still don't deny people's First Amendment rights because there are bad actors among them. Because bad things happen, we don't get rid of natural rights that everyone is deserving. By delaying these rights, we are increasing dangers to people. We've heard people talk about domestic violence abuse survivors, people that are in natural disasters. People are, you know, left alone to defend themselves. Police don't show up. I've been in natural disasters areas. I've been in multiple hurricanes and tornado zones, flood zones, and there's a very, very tense period in those places like people are experiencing in LA right now. Violence is an absolute threat. If people don't have a firearm in these instances, they go out and buy them. After some of the incidences in the last few years, background checks have increased by up to 500% over short periods of time after some of these incidents in certain places. So people are waking up to the fact that, hey, I need to protect myself. But when they get there, the number one thing they experience is, well, you have to wait this long in this state, or you have to wait till the background check's on. Some people don't even like waiting for the actual instant background check, which, you know, can't do much about that. But if you have to wait longer to get your property, we don't do that for just about anything else. You can get your narcotic prescriptions right away. As soon as you get your prescription filled, you can buy your pressure cookers, all kinds of stuff that could cause major problems. No one's doing this. And let me just see. Madison, the person who actually wrote a lot of this in the Constitution, said that property, he has a property very dear to him and the safety and liberty of his person. So property rights aren't just about tangible things that we own. They're about our own individual selves and what we have a right to do. We have a right to defend ourselves. We have a right to protect ourselves. And increasing the time to allow that to happen is an inherent violation of our natural rights. That's not just against the Second Amendment. It's a First Amendment issue, and it's a property rights issue. So I beg you to please ITL this bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that this bill? The chair calls Representative Cyril Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. excuse me, Chairman and committee. So I had a lady live not too far from me when I used to work in New Jersey. I was working in Manhattan, and her right to a firearm was delayed. She was being stalked, and through repeated requests, she was continually denied, and eventually her stalker and ex-boyfriend did kill her. As it's already been said, these laws that delay firearms to law-abiding citizens have no effect on those that want to commit harm. In the UK, when they banned firearms, and they kept banning firearms, People used kitchen knives, baseball bats, whatever was available. So we need to realize that currently there are 32,000 laws on the books, and these laws do not stop those that want to do harm. They'll run you over with a car. More victims are the result of a hammer in this country than with firearms. We have all these laws, they do no good. ICE just picked up somebody in Boston recently, illegal immigrant from the Dominican Republic. He had an AR-15, multiple pistols, $1 million worth of fentanyl. Where does somebody, excuse me once again, where does somebody from the Dominican Republic that's here illegally get all these weapons? I mean, once again, delaying somebody's right to a firearm is not going to solve the problem. There are a lot of people in this country, if they wish to do harm, they'll do harm. Thank you very much. I'll take questions if you have any. Thank you, and I'm glad you got a chance to see me today.
Chair calls Raymond. Raymond.
My name's Ray Boulanger. I'm from Tilton, New Hampshire. I remember back years ago, I got called to jury duty in Laconia for a woman who was on trial for shooting and killing her estranged boyfriend. They took us to the scene to look at where this had happened at her apartment, and she had an order of protection against this person, and he was an ex-Marine, and she had deadbolts on her back door, and she was so terrified of him that she had a deadbolt on her bedroom door, and she still didn't feel safe and went out and purchased a handgun. And he came to her house, shattered the outside door as she ran to the bedroom, bolted that door, and then he came through that and she shot and killed him. If she had had to wait, if she had waited one more day to go buy that gun, she would not have been in there. I would not have been in a court case trying to find her guilty of murder. I would have been in a court case trying to find this Marine for murdering her, because he was a big guy. That bothered me a lot, and this kind of bill would prevent her from having the handgun to protect herself. Background checks, the enhanced background checks, the criminals don't go by them. A couple of years ago, you may have seen it might have been last year, a guy in Franklin killed his wife and two of his children, and then himself, on a gun that he purchased illegally. He was a felon, possession of a gun. He bought it from a felon in possession of a gun, who got it from a guy not far from my house who had purchased it legally. And once it left his hands, it passed through two more criminals before a tragedy. And having universal background checks would not have helped that at all. You look at most cases where criminals use a gun, you're going to find that they didn't get it through a background check somewhere, and have a waiting period. For most people, the waiting period's irrelevant. If I wanted to buy one, it wouldn't bother me too much to wait a couple days because I've got 2 or 3 guns already. And criminals, they don't care if there's a background check. They're not gonna worry about it. My nephew, bless his soul, he tried driving his car into a bridge abutment, didn't die. My sister had to coax him back to healthy. He jumped through their storm door to try and kill himself. Didn't die. She had to coax him back to being healthy. He finally got his hands on some fentanyl, and he died. people die, people try to commit suicide. They don't always try to use a gun. They usually find a way if they're serious about it. So waiting periods don't really help.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Chair calls Jay Simkin. Chair calls Jay Simkin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And I thank you for carving out some time for me. Made it here by the skin of my teeth, but sometimes that happens. House Bill 56 FN, if enacted, will actually subvert public safety. Seems to me the backers prefer a high crime state, in which case I think they should move to Massachusetts. What I plan to do is to provide you with some data, because I wear another hat beyond being a federal firearms licensee. I'm an international economic consultant. So data have meaning. Since 1985, the incidence of violent crime in Massachusetts has at least been 1.8 times that of New Hampshire. That to me is significant. At no time over this nearly 40-year period has the incidence of violent crime in New Hampshire exceeded that in Massachusetts. So the conclusion that I reach is that whatever we do, and whatever you and your predecessors have done in the realm of public safety, seems to work. And therefore, House Bill 56 FN and any variants should be voted inexpedient to legislate. Some foundational facts. At end 2023, there were some 512 million firearms in the United States. I set forth in my written testimony, copies of which I will, of course, provide, the data sources, what's included and what's excluded. So the number could be 500 million or 495. It might be 525. But it's pretty close to 500 million firearms. Key point, anything so abundant and mainly concealable cannot be controlled. It's foredoomed. And when I say cannot be controlled, without police state measures, because there are many countries where police state measures are in force and the civil population doesn't have firearms. Second foundational fact. The bill's backers seem to presume that gun control underpins public safety. This is simply not so. At least since 2001, Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont, which for almost all of this period had very few laws relating to firearms, were the three safest states in this union. Safest states is measured by the incidence of violent crime per 100,000 residents. So it adjusts for the differences in population. Pardon? Okay. I will make just one more quick point, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Very quick. In the wider world, the downside to gun control isn't unfairness to firearm owners. It is genocide. You simply cannot murder hundreds of thousands or millions unless and until the targeted group and their sympathizers are disarmed. And thus, those who back gun control, willing or not, promote genocide. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, members of the committee.
And with that, I close the public hearing on House Bill 56. We'll take a 5-minute recess before we open the next hearing.
Yeah, you text me, which is awesome. But I don't have my iPad, so I can't open it on. I don't.
I'm hereby opening the public hearing on House Bill 207. I invite the prime sponsor.
Stop talking.
Representative. Cyril's going to. When you finish, could you just give her another card for this bill? Thanks.
Good morning once again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee. So I'm here to introduce House Bill 207 FN for Representative James Spillane. This bill deals with the making legal for persons over the age of 18 and over, blackjacks, metallic knuckles, slingshots, that kind of thing. One thing I'm sure of, there's not too many of us that are going to be carrying around slingshots. Those slingshots are legal in the fishing industry. it's rather a heavy and cumbersome type of weapon, I guess you could call it that. I could take a scarf, which I have hanging in the other room, which I needed to wear today. It was quite cold out there. And I could put a couple rocks in there, some used coffee pods that have weight to them after they've been used, and make a slingshot. What this bill really does, it's a liberty bill. It's a bill for those that collect these types of things. No one's going to carry around a set of what used to be called brass knuckles or blackjacks without making themselves known. Now, the brass knuckles, yes, you could hide those in your pocket. However, we've seen in New York City and a lot of these big cities, these knockout contests where these punks will come up behind somebody carrying a briefcase or whatever and just cold cock them and knock them to the ground. They don't need a set of brass knuckles to do that. So this, again, is for liberty. This is for those that collect these types of unique items. I have a ceremonial Japanese sword in my basement that was my son's. It's not the kind of thing I would carry around. But I think we need to look at this as something that is not going to be used for defensive purposes, but again, it's a collectible. I personally would rather carry a firearm, a pistol, or a good knife versus any of these things. So keep that in mind. Again, this is a novelty thing, and I would appreciate your support on this bill. Thank you very much. I'll take questions if you have them.
Representative Scheer.
Would you oppose a bill that made it a violation or a misdemeanor to use any of these items?
How do you mean use?
Use as a weapon?
Thank you for the question, but I still don't understand what you're saying. To be used as a weapon, you mean aggressively against somebody?
Yes. You've testified that they're just collectibles, so by having a ban on using them as a weapon, it preserves the right of people to collect these things, but not to use them.
Well, maybe you and I will sit down and try and develop some language on that.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The chair calls Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1, Pelham. I rise in support of 207. I wholeheartedly believe everyone should be armed for self-defense. But I understand that not everyone is comfortable carrying a firearm, or maybe in a circumstance that prohibits them from doing so. As such, we should not be standing in the way of these folks to have an effective means to keep themselves safe. It has the added benefit of giving a non-lethal alternative to defense from an attacker, which is admirable for those that wish to have that option. With that, I ask the committee to vote OTP on HB 207.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if you'll know this, but last session, we passed this through the House a couple times. And I believe the Senate interim studied it this past time. Do you know if anything came out of that or if anything has changed that would change the outcome in the Senate?
I'm not sure. I mean, I can ask my senator. I think he was on that interim study, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Dr. Hannan.
Thank you again. I'll make this very brief. Joe Hannan, Vice President for Gunners in New Hampshire. We stand in favor of this bill. Obviously, these are not firearms under the legal definition, but they do fall under the definition of arms. And that is covered under the Second Amendment. as far as slingshots, we heard it was a maritime tool. It's like typically they would use a knotted, what they call a monkey fist, or a little knotted ball around a piece of metal, or some other kind of hard object, and it would be used to throw lines. In wars, they would use similar items for combat, like a mace with a chain, something in the end of the ball. But someone could use a rock and a sock if you had, and I've seen people use that in different, doing different outreach with homeless individuals and things like that. People will just put something. You heard you could just stick anything, a roll of quarters in a sock or in a t-shirt, and that can be used as a weapon. We're banning some. We have something banned that is, I could make with probably a dozen things in this room very easily in about 10 seconds. So I think it's very important that we do pass this legislation and repeal something that really doesn't need to be in the law whatsoever. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Muse.
Thank you for taking my question, Dr. Hannon. As a medical doctor, can you give your opinion about the difference between a blow struck to someone's face with a fist versus a blow struck to someone's face with a slingshot, brass knuckles, or blackjack?
Well, I was a foot and ankle surgeon, so I'll limit my answer to below the knee. I've treated gunshot wounds. I've treated people that have been, run over with lawnmowers, been thrown into campfires, been physically abused, burned. I haven't seen anyone hit in the foot or knee with a brass knuckle, and I couldn't do a comparison. I imagine it could be worse, but I could hit someone with a rock. I think we all, know that it's not hard to hit someone with a hard object. So it's a very arbitrary, and, if you look at the history of the law, it actually is a lot of, I would say, racist backgrounds. I mean, they would go to certain minority groups and say, they're doing this, and we're going to ban that as a whole. They had Saturday night specials were a ban on firearms for the longest time because that was what people realized that people in poorer communities were using, and they wanted to ban them. So they just banned Saturday night specials. So they're trying to ban something that they thought they can control certain populations with. And I don't think that slingshots, why everyone's kind of confused. Why is slingshots in there? It's something that the working dock workers, poor fishermen, that was something that very poor working class people would use as something that would just, kind of the equivalent of walking with your car keys to your car. Should we ban that? It's what's readily available. And I think banning brass knuckles is no dumber than banning someone walking to their car with car keys in their fist like this. Both would cause damage to the face, I imagine.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not testified? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. We reconvene at 12 o'clock. I hereby open the public hearing on House Bill 352 relative to prohibiting possession of a firearm at a polling place, and I invite the prime sponsor to introduce this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The prime sponsor is in the Judiciary Committee and isn't available to introduce the bill. Representative Horgan, he's asked me to introduce the bill in his place. I have Representative Horgan's written testimony, which I'll distribute to the committee. I also have prepared testimony of my own, which I will read to you. Again,
Just for the everyone that's going to testify, due to the number of cards we have signed up after the representative speaks, it'll be a 3-minute limit. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Let me start by saying that in this country, no American should ever be threatened with guns, either explicitly or implicitly, while simply exercising their right to vote. Intimidation, including intimidation by armed civilians, has long been a tool that some people have used to prevent full participation in U.S. democracy. During and after Reconstruction, guns were often used to scare black voters away from the polls. That history of armed voter intimidation is not a distant memory in this country. Guns at the polls are a tinderbox near an open flame. In Manchester, during the November 2020 election, an armed man harassed people holding signs for candidates in the electioneering area outside 3 separate polling places. In Charlotte, North Carolina, an armed man was arrested after a polling supervisor asked him to leave a polling place on Election Day, and he returned. In Lane County, Oregon, armed individuals approached people as they were dropping off their ballots at a ballot drop box. Behavior like this not only puts voters and election workers at risk, it also puts democracy itself at risk. HB 352 is a proactive attempt to make our elections safer for all of our citizens. This bill would prohibit carrying a deadly weapon either out in the open or concealed within 100 feet of a polling place on days where federal, state, or municipal elections are taking place. 21 states and the District of Columbia already explicitly prohibit guns at polling places in some way. But unfortunately, New Hampshire does not. Under our current law, state and local authorities can't prevent people from bringing guns into polling places, even those located inside school buildings. As an open carry state, New Hampshire allows gun owners to openly carry a loaded firearm on public property without a license or a permit. Since 2017, the state has also allowed any lawful gun owner to carry a concealed weapon without a license. With HB 352, we do have the power to fix this, and we have the constitutional authority to do so. The Supreme Court of the United States said it best when they reasoned in Westbury versus Sanders that, quote, "No right is more precious in a free country than that of having a voice in the election of those who make the laws under which as good citizens we must live. Other rights, even the most basic, are illusory if the right to vote is undermined." However, the fundamental right to vote without fear of intimidation, vital to our democracy, is endangered when we allow deadly weapons to be displayed as an implied threat to others, either inside or outside our polling places. In the Heller decision, Justice Antonin Scalia wrote that while the Second Amendment protects the right of law-abiding, responsible citizens to use arms in defense of hearth and home, he also wrote that nothing in our opinion should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings. Several states, including Georgia, have already interpreted sensitive places to include polling places. Polling places are public areas. They are used to conduct elections that are vital to our democracy. Also worth pointing out is that the same generation of people that added the Second Amendment to the Constitution also passed state laws prohibiting bringing guns to the polls. For example, The 1776 Delaware State Constitution provided that no person shall come armed to any polling place, and no muster of the militia shall be made on that day. It further provided that no battalion or company could come within a mile of the polling place for 24 hours before or after an election in order to prevent violence or force from being used at said elections. That same year, Maryland passed an identical law. New York followed suit a decade later, and more states added similar laws during Reconstruction and in the early 20th century. The bottom line is HB 352 isn't unconstitutional or an anti-gun law, as some people would like to frame it. What it is a pro-voter law that will lower the risk of armed intimidation happening in a place where it never should happen. I ask the committee to give this bill an ought-to-pass recommendation, and I will try to take questions.
Thank you. Obviously we've seen this bill a few times over the years. Have you ever thought about limiting it to the intentional display of a firearm at a polling place versus just saying no firearms at polling places? Because if the object is to prevent intimidation, if you can't see it, you're not intimidating.
In 2022, I actually filed a bill that did that. It limited to concealed carry. It allowed concealed carry and prohibited open carry within 100 feet of a polling place. The bill also amended our voter intimidation statute, so it was a slightly different approach.
You would be open to that concept?
I would definitely be open to that concept.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Representative Horgan, he introduced your bill. You're obviously welcome to testify, but
Yes, I'm the prime sponsor, and I thank Representative Muse for filling in with me. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to be here at all. So he gave you a good rundown from what I heard from the history of it. My history only goes back 50 years or a little bit more. So beginning with my written testimony here, I've been attending elections for long as I remember, long before I turned 18 in 1974. My parents voted in every election. They always made a point of bringing me and my sisters to the polling place with them. So if you go back as long as I remember, that's, about 64 years or so. And I've seen a lot of things at polling places over the years, but I've actually never seen a violent or nonviolent, or even a nonviolent crime being committed at the polls. So, I've never seen anything happen. Actually, the election officials couldn't handle on their own. Although certainly I'm worried that something could happen. Elections, the whole issue of the conduct of elections gets more and more controversial every cycle. We have seen some pretty ugly things going on in other states around elections. I'm cognizant of the possibility of problems, and I'm glad that polling places have a robust police presence. Here in Durham, we usually have at least 2 police officers who actually are wearing Kevlar vests, sometimes more. So I think if there was some sort of violent incident at the polling place, I'm pretty confident they could respond to it. Same may be different in smaller towns with with a smaller police department. But I from a security standpoint, I don't think there's anything that's helped by having random voters pulling out their personal firearms and responding to a perceived threat. So, I met the police officers. They're there not just for deterring crime. They're an integral part of the vote counting process. Like law enforcement, they have the job of making sure the delivered materials are delivered at the Secretaries of State's office after they're all counted and filed. And of course, especially if you have a high turnout election, they have to be there to direct traffic. And my bill, in terms of open intentional, you mentioned your session about intentional open carrying. I think trying to parse whether it's intentional or not. If somebody sees a gun, regardless if it's intentional or unintentional, their response, is going to be the same anyway. It would be. So I've never. It's very rare to see voters open carrying at the polling place. I think it's a good thing they don't open carry, especially it's someone I don't know, I don't necessarily know if I can trust the person who's open carrying. I don't always know, like, I don't always know, like, who's carrying a gun, who I can trust to only use it if needed, or who's just, who might just pull it out for some bad reason. And anyways, this bill makes it as simple as possible for gun owners and non-gun owners alike by banning guns and other deadly weapons within 100 feet of the polling place using the commonly accepted meaning of the phrase polling place. So that appears in many laws. That's clearly understood to be where the election activities are taking place. I know in previous bills we sometimes had issues like, how do I know where the polling place is? Like if it's on, there's an issue with a school in a town. I believe it's Haverhill, where the school property abuts a common duck hunting stuff. There's much concern about somehow somebody hunting ducks wandering on the wrong side of the property line and unknowingly being at the polling place. But we do make exceptions here for. Let's see if I can actually. There's exceptions for the polling place for law enforcement, and also for, here we go, law enforcement officials on duty. So obviously, which we already have, like the police officers in Durham, they have their service weapons with them. Uniformed law enforcement officers while they're exercising their right to vote. That was inspired especially by our newly elected county sheriff, Catherine Bone, who. Well, she voted in civilian clothes this year. She was not yet the sheriff, but she was a police officer in another jurisdiction, and so she would often stop by on her way to work. So that's perfectly appropriate to wear her whole uniform, including the service revolver, which 99.99% of the time is mostly just there as part of the uniform. Police officers police officers, they're always ready to fire the service revolvers, but it's something they avoid doing unless absolutely necessary. So, and also non-uniformed law enforcement officers who are concealed carrying their service weapons. So that's I admit that applies only to law enforcement officers who are not wearing the uniforms at the time, so they can still especially they may be like a detective or something like that where they have to have the service weapon as part of their outfit, but they're not openly displaying it while they're on duty. And also, you can secure your unloaded firearm in a motor vehicle while at the polling place. So that does mean you have to unload the firearm. You do have to lock it up, but you can park it at the polling place, even if as sometimes happens, your parking space is within the 100-foot radius. So that's, and finally, I just added a little thing to the previous bill that we had last year, which is adding another reason why you can get an absentee ballot. So we added a thing, quote, I am willing or unwilling to comply with the prohibition of firearms at polling places in RSA 159-28. So that's not, strictly speaking, that's not necessary. We have very permissive absentee voting laws anyway, and I don't know how many people would check it off, but like if you absolutely, cannot stand to lock your gun in the car, if you absolutely can't stand to leave it at home, if you absolutely can't bear to be without it for the few minutes it takes to check in with the ballot officials and fill out your ballot. If you absolutely can't stand that, if you just either can't bear it because you don't think it's safe, or you just can't bear it because you just can't bear to not be wearing your gun, you can get an absentee ballot and mail it in. So that I'm just trying to avoid disenfranchising anybody who wants to vote. Even I don't want to disenfranchise gun owners from voting. So that's my bill. And you've already heard about from Representative Muse, so you've got like two pretty good arguments in favor of it. And I see at least one hand raised, so perhaps I'll be answering a question.
Representative Scher.
Representative Horgan, would you be amenable to a friendly amendment to the bill that replaced the word carry with openly display?
Sure. Yes. I mean that's up to you. That's up to you. I mean, I'm not a big fan of these things where, like I didn't vote for the House rule where we had
where we say you're not, we're supposed to be, if we're carrying, we're supposed to be concealed carrying, and now we put an intentional or unintentional. But I certainly be happy with, I would consider it a friendly amendment, Representative, and certainly if that gets more votes for it, I'm especially amenable to it. So thank you.
See no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls the Honorable Tom Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1, the town of Pelham. I'm testifying in opposition of HB 352. In an age of increasing divisiveness, especially centered around politics, it's important that every person be capable of defending themselves should the need arise. And every person's first line of defense is themselves. We should not have to choose between exercising our right to vote and our right to self-defense on Election Day. I'm also not supportive of expanding the reasons for absentee voting, when I think the better solution is just leave things the way they are. With that, I ask the committee to vote ITL on HB 352.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McFarland.
Members of the committee, I'm Representative Donald McFarlane from Orange, and I thank you for your time. The testimony represents my views and, most importantly, the views and interests of my constituents. In Grafton 18, the testimony is not made on behalf of any private employer, nor should it be construed to represent the views of any of my employers. Elections are the cornerstone of our democracy, and this unconstitutional bill, House Bill 352, acts to prohibit people from traditional in-person participation in the voting process. To my honourable colleague from Durham's assertion that he does not seek to disenfranchise voters, nevertheless, this is exactly what this bill achieves. Yes, there is a provision for absentee ballots, and I'll get to that. The bill as written may work in his mind, I would suggest not, for voters. It most certainly does not work for election workers like the selectmen, the ballot clerks, the supervisors of the checklist, candidates holding signs near the polling place or wishing to use the restroom, and so forth. My colleague from Durham, I didn't hear all of his testimony. I was still in judiciary next door, but I heard the end of his testimony. He expressed concern specifically around open carry. And I dare say he has read his own bill, and he knows perfectly well that this bill applies equally to concealed carry and would be objectionable in either form. And as I said earlier, it is unconstitutional. It is objectionable to Part 1, both Article 2A and Article 11. And I think that when you consider this, you need to also consider the election law impact. This essentially is a backdoor bill that turns absentee ballots into early voting. I would recommend strongly that this committee recommend ITL on the bill, and that this committee recommend that this bill be referred to the House Election Law Committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Committee. For record, Representative Henry Geisen, Hillsborough 29th District. So once again, we are talking about violating somebody's inalienable right in order to allow them to exercise another right. When we create areas where people are not allowed to carry their firearms, we are creating areas of victims. Where shootings have happened and license to carry has been allowed, the shooting duration, extremity, and number of casualties has been significantly reduced, and this is on record throughout the United States. Where mass shootings have had the most impact is in places where firearms are restricted, where the Constitution has not been followed, and where the rights of the people have been violated by their own government. Now, I heard a suggestion to secure a firearm in a car. The fastest loss of firearms is a smash and grab from a vehicle. There are police officers that have lost their service weapons in a smash and grab from a vehicle. Locking your vehicle in a car, loaded or unloaded, is not securing a firearm on a personage or in a safe or in a domicile. It is putting it in a mobile place that you can smash into very easily. That is not safe securing of a firearm, no matter where you are, school grounds or otherwise, polling station or otherwise. So I would submit to you that if you are responsible to carry a firearm, you should not be have to store it in a place that is unsecure. But in final, I will also say that this is simply a violation of New Hampshire state constitution and of the United States Constitution and of the rights of the people that your job is to protect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Representative Cheryl Orris.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and committee. Feel like you've seen me here before, but I'm glad you got to see me again. So having worked for the Department of Defense, BAE Systems, some bigger corporations, I have worked in big cities around the world. I'll let you know that I have been assaulted several times in these cities, including being punched in the face in 2 different occasions and being robbed and wishing I had a firearm. Anytime your firearm is taken away from you, whether it's put in a car or put somewhere else and it's not on your body, you are in a position where someone can take advantage of you. And I did not appreciate the fact of going home at the end of the day with a black eye. And had I had a weapon on me, which I could not carry in places like New York City or a couple of the other cities I've been in, the outcome would have been different, and I would have still had the cash in my pocket at the end of the day. So with that, I'm open for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Kathleen Slover.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Slover. I'm from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Please vote ought to pass on HB 352. I just want to tell you something that happened to me recently to illustrate the importance of prohibiting firearms at a polling place. A couple of weeks ago in Portsmouth, we held a People's March, and I arrived a half hour early to the South Church in Portsmouth. I was one of the many organizers. My son dropped me off in front of the church and said, "Mom, there are guys with guns." He saw them before I did. I quickly said, oh, they're probably police. And he knew better than me. He said, "No, they're not." One was head to toe black, but not a stitch of patch identifying him as Portsmouth police. The other wore a t-shirt with the F word and a mask. I took a deep breath, and with a pit in my stomach, I exited the car, brushed past the armed men, and entered the church. Already the band was playing, and many people were holding signs and marching and dancing in place. Safety in numbers, I thought. By the time the event started, Portsmouth police had arrived. My son actually came back with my husband, and they stayed on the sidewalk to, I guess, make sure everything was okay. And they were the last to enter the church, and they said the armed men did not enter the church. There was no question that these men were there to intimidate and bully. I was worried and concerned for all the people that I personally invited to this event. I encouraged them to raise their voice only for them to be greeted with armed protesters. I don't tell this story to make people panic or to clutch my pearls. I tell it to illustrate that people do use their guns to intimidate, to scare, and to attempt to silence. And this happened in one of the safest states in the country and one of the safest cities just a few weeks ago. According to a survey of local election officials across the U.S., 38% report experiencing threats, harassment, or abuse, and 54% are concerned about the safety of their colleagues. And according to one election official here in New Hampshire, threats and harassment are a deterrent to recruitment, and the presence of firearms creates a potentially serious deterrent to the efficiency and reliability of poll work. I am not an expert on the Constitution, but I do know that the right to bear arms, the right to vote, and the right to free speech must and should coexist, with laws governing all of them. In New Hampshire, at a polling place, the law requires a visible and audible electioneering zone, which protects freedom of speech. But the law also requires a no electioneering zone, so voters can vote without interruption, interference, or safety concerns. This creates a safe environment in which Granite Staters can exercise their right to vote. This should include prohibiting firearms. No one is taking away someone's right to have a firearm, just a limit on one day in one place where, if allowed, firearms can be used to scare, intimidate, and threaten. And no one should feel that way while exercising their right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair recognizes the Honorable John Stone.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Stone from Claremont, New Hampshire, and I rise in opposition of House Bill 352. Very simply, why would any citizen have to give up one right to exercise another right? It seems this bill is based mostly on feelings and not facts. And did any law enforcement ask for this legislation be pushed at this level? I would recommend ITLing this bill. I looked at some of the quick numbers that Representative Muse comes out with, and I believe the numbers are actually 18 states plus DC prohibit them explicitly. There's partial restrictions in 7 states, and 25 of our states has 0 restrictions on firearms in polling places. I spoke with the Deputy Chief of the Claremont Police Department yesterday in reference to any issues we've had during our election cycles, which I've partaked in about, let's see, since 2017, I've been at every election in the city of Claremont, and also throughout Sullivan County for various positions I've ran for. And there's never really been a significant issue with firearms that I've ever been noted. And I check with the clerks quite often to ask if there's any problems. And I see this bill as just being one that's unnecessary. I see a segment of the bill that says even licensed. If you want to talk about licensing in federal law, most people are unaware that under the Safe School Zone Act, which is the gun-free zone, if you're licensed and vetted in your home state, you're exempted from them school zones. That's, anybody can research under the federal code. We need to stop looking at feelings of individuals when it comes to giving up constitutional rights. I see this bill as just problematic overall, and I'd like to thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'll take them.
Thank you. Just real quick to expand on the point you just made. So right now in New Hampshire, if you go to a polling place and it's in a school and you do not have a license to carry, are you not in violation of federal law?
Because the state of New Hampshire elected to be a constitutional carry state, it's my understanding that the U.S. Attorney's Office at the time had said there'd be no prosecutions under it unless there was a companion case of criminal activity such as drug trafficking, for which the real intent of the gun-free zone is drug trafficking is an enhanced penalty. If you have a license, it's clearly an exemption under the federal code.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Kimberly Moran.
Okay. This legislation has an interesting twist in that it violates not only one protected right, but two infringements on our rights for the price of one bill. If you want to practice your fundamental human right to self-defense on Election Day, according to the bill, you are not allowed to. If you want to practice your protected right to vote, you aren't allowed to practice your protected fundamental human right to self-defense. I can't make it make sense, and after hearing the sponsor speak, he can't even make it make sense. And I don't care about the voting via absentee ballot provision. These are the same people who support this legislation, who also claim that out-of-state college students have to vote in New Hampshire because properly voting via absentee ballot in their permanent resident home states is just too difficult and an infringement on their voting rights. This bill enables predatory criminals to more easily seek out their prey, knowing law-abiding citizens will obey this ridiculous gun control law. This bill makes Granite Staters less safe, especially women who are carrying due to specific violent threats against their lives. There's no problem this bill is trying to solve.
And it's ironic and amusing and slightly insane that everyone who's bringing up gun control laws in other states, that we should follow those states, they're bringing up states that are less safe than New Hampshire. New Hampshire is consistently the safest state in the country. Why we'd want to be less safe like all these other states is beyond me. And we will still be that safe unless we put gun controls laws like this into place, because they will make us less safe. Please vote inexpedient to legislate on this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Jean Ludd.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeannie Lute. I am wearing many hats today, but I'm here primarily as a concerned election official. I am currently a supervisor of the checklist in Amherst. Actually, one of my colleagues is here as well. There are 3 of us in every town. Hopefully you all understand that. And our job is to, on election day, we are there for 17 hours, at least in Amherst, and we register folks to vote all day, and at the end of the night, we count our checklist to make sure that it matches the voter machines. It's very important that I need to ensure the voter that they are casting their vote in a safe place. Currently, with the situation of allowing guns into our elections on polling day, it provides intimidation and a threat to individual voting rights. You'll be interested to know that the Secretary of State's office has trained us recently because of the increased volatility in politics and elections, and officials have been threatened. They've trained us at elections to try to figure out ways to lower the temperature. So that never happened before. It's only happened in, say, the last 5 years that we've been alerted to the fact that we need to arm ourselves with words to try to keep people from becoming volatile. We have power because we determine whether someone has the right credentials to vote in our town. The legislature has just made it more difficult because they've taken away affidavits, and now all documents have to be provided or we turn you away. Which to me sets up a situation where someone could be angry and possibly use a weapon against me or any other election official. I support this bill, HB 352, because it supports the right of citizens to cast their ballot in a safe place. Ensuring that citizens are safely casting a vote supersedes the right to carry a gun into the polls. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Raymond Belanger.
Hello again, Ray Belanger from Tilton. I'm against this bill. One of the things that people are always zeroing in on is proposing that there's some crazy people out there that are going to go into a polling place and shoot it up. I don't think there are many people there that are thinking about that. I'm not thinking about that. I have to get to the polling place. I'm getting older every day. I don't run as fast as I could. I'm less capable. And to tell me I can't go vote, I can't bring my gun to where I'm going to vote so that I'm safe on my way there and on my way home and in the parking lot, which in my town is not very far from the bike path, which, as you know, has become a hangout for people to do illicit things and camp and whatnot. And everyone needs to be safe wherever they go. And in traveling to and from polling places is one of the places you should be allowed to be safe. And if I can't bring my firearm there, and I live in a town where I have to walk past some of these places, you're taking away my right to be safe getting there to vote. So some people might not want to go because they no longer feel safe getting there. I was glad someone mentioned that federal law says a person really needs to have a state permit to go onto school grounds, although no one has been prosecuted for walking by or being within 1,000 feet. It's only going to take one case for some federal marshal to know that doesn't like you or thought you were doing something wrong to write you up and arrest you for having a firearm. So it's good to have a permit if you're going to go on school grounds, but it's advertised that you don't need one because we're a constitutional carry state. And I don't think that's true. I think you could get prosecuted very easily for not having the permit. I just think that, it's safer. The other thing, and New Hampshire is one of the safest states. Why? Because no one knows who's carrying a firearm, who isn't. If they think that some of the poll workers might be carrying firearms, to help keep themselves safe, that just makes it a better thing to have, that everyone can keep themselves safe by arming themselves. Concealed would be better. I wouldn't ever open carry, but some people like that as a deterrent. The police certainly do. They open carry as a deterrent. I would hope you would vote against this bill so that we can all be safe wherever we go.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Kate Giddens.
Hello again. I just wanted to start off with a quote from the great philosopher John Locke, who said, "Self-defense is a part of the laws of nature, nor can it be denied the community, nor even against the king himself." Last year I became a citizen, and I was very proud to vote in my first primary and federal election. And honestly, sometimes I have to pinch myself to remember this is not a dream. I am a citizen of the greatest nation on earth, and I live in arguably the greatest state in the nation, the live free or die state, which was the first to recognize and protect those natural laws with its robust constitution that led the way. And I find it a little bit sad and alarming that bills like this come up to disarm me when I'm exercising my right to vote and still having to retain my natural right to self-defense. I think it's unconstitutional and cruel to deny me that right to self-defense. I think gun-free zones are cruel as well. I'm quite sure that fish in a barrel feel very, very safe, but if you think about it, you know they're not. A bill like this, in my opinion, would increase the chance, if any, of violent incidents at a polling place by essentially putting a metaphorical neon sign saying unarmed citizens inside. I would suggest a reverse of this bill, to have a condition made for the paranoid among us who would like to stay home while others are exercising their natural right, that they should be able to vote by absentee so that they feel safe and the rest of us live free. And so I would ask you to object to this bill on those counts. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Justin Davis.
Honorable members of the committee, my name is Justin Davis. I serve as the New Hampshire State Director, and I'm a New Hampshire resident. A lot of this has been covered already. I know it's going to be a long day, so I'll try to make this brief. As previously mentioned, this would create several hundred soft targets throughout New Hampshire, with no mandate for protection from police, from mags to make sure that there's nobody coming in with firearms if they're supposed to be so-called gun-free zones. As we've seen since 1950 from the Crime Prevention Center, 94% of mass shootings have happened in gun-free zones. So we're making a very dangerous scenario for people who are looking to vote on Election Day. And I've heard a lot about talk about intimidation and saying that folks who carry firearms will intimidate folks who don't. Well, we're not thinking about the poll workers who carry firearms because they want to feel comfortable, right? Maybe they feel intimidated to go out to vote or be a poll worker without their firearm. What about individuals who are sexual assault survivors who don't feel comfortable leaving their home without their firearm, and now they're forced to use an absentee voting system, which they may not feel comfortable with? As we've seen over the last several years, a lot of people have addressed concerns about the absentee voting system. Whether those are true or not, that's not for me to say, but that concern does exist. So the NRA strongly supports or urges you to vote against this measure, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you very
testimony.
much.
Chair calls Dr. Hannon.
Good afternoon. Joe Hannon, Gun Owners of New Hampshire again. We're obviously in opposition to this bill 352. We'd ask you to ITL it. This is a firearms owner disenfranchisement bill. This is basically saying that, you're not welcome here. They have a workaround, which is great. And I think it's nice that they've tried to include firearms owners in a protected class of people that are considered to be unable to vote for religious reasons, disability reasons, or employment obligations. So I don't know if that was the implication, but it's an interesting little tidbit that was put in there. And anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. Also, loading and unloading a firearm in a parking lot or vehicle is an inherently more risky behavior than keeping it holstered and walking in with it. Accidents can happen, and I think that the worst place to do that is in a crowded area like a school parking lot or a municipal building's parking lot somewhere. We've heard that it's also a danger that people can be more likely to have a firearm stolen during those situations. I had a firearm stolen from a vehicle many years ago in Florida. The person that stole it was a felon, sold it to another known felon. Luckily, they arrested him, contacted me, and were able to fix the situation. He spent 5 years in jail because it was a mandatory minimum. When he was released from jail, they let me know that he was out just because I may be concerned that someone I had put in jail for 5 years might not be happy with me. If this passed, he'd know that I can go to the polls one day and I'd be a good target that day. But anyway, this is also a ban on workers from being able to defend themselves. So we heard poll workers talking about it. There is often a police officer or more at different polling places, and I understand that people think that's enough of a deterrent. It may be in some instances to deter some people from committing crimes, but they may not always be there. They may be the first person shot. Who was the second person shot? I don't want to be that second person. And the other thing this bill does is it simply intends to make the presence of a firearm, whether visible or not, an actual threat or a crime. It's not. It's a legal activity. No one has hurt anybody else. If someone is threatening, menacing, or trying to prevent someone from voting, those are all crimes and they're all enforceable in New Hampshire. And I don't believe anyone has had any major difficulty getting those laws enforced. Almost done. This does make it a misdemeanor to do so. If someone is willing to commit a felony in all these other instances, I don't see how this misdemeanor is going to stop them from committing felonies or committing some major violence and other issues. When you sign the form or you check off the box to get your absentee ballot to be eligible, it says, I'm unwilling or unable to comply with the prohibition of firearms at polling places. So you're basically admitting, I'm a problem. I can't do this. That may not be a problem with the current government, even the people in, future governments, but what if there's a future totalitarian government or regime that finds that people who check that box may be people they don't like very much? Now you're on an enemies list. It becomes a registration problem with people that are in these special categories. Anyway, people are innocent until proven guilty, and this is basically making criminals out of people who have not committed a crime. And I ask you to please ITL this bill.
Thank you for your testimony.
Happy to take any or none.
No.
Great.
Chair calls Jay Simkin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jay Simpkin. I reside in Nashua, New Hampshire. I've been a federal firearms licensee for something over 40 years. I'm also an international economic consultant, so data have meaning. In the data that I submitted with my testimony on House Bill 56 that has been heard, I pointed out, and I repeat here for the sake of good order, that since 2015, the incidence of violent crime in New Hampshire has declined year after year. Even during the pandemic, when the incidence of violent crime rose in many states, it continued to fall here. It continued to fall even after we eliminated compulsory licensure for concealed carry. So there is something different about New Hampshire relative to other states. And that makes a little less relevant, at very least, what occurs in other states. New Hampshire, based on 2022 data published by the FBI, is the second safest state in the Union. Maine has been the safest state in the Union at least since 2001. That doesn't show any signs of changing. So if there is a problem with polling place security, the proper response is for this great House to legislate that security be provided for polling places. The fact that no violent act has occurred at a polling place isn't probative, but it's indicative that it's not likely. But the likelihood isn't zero, it's low. So if you and your colleagues in this great House believe that there is a real risk of violence at polling places, appropriate money for towns and cities to hire security. One other point. If you had before you an official of the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, I'm pretty confident, about 99% so, that they would strongly recommend against leaving firearms in vehicles. Vehicles are a major source of firearms for criminals. Most of you have probably read that cars have been stolen that had infants in the back seat. And the thief, intent on making off with the vehicle, didn't notice the child. That alone should be warning sufficient that encouraging folks to leave firearms in vehicles is a really bad idea and simply should not be done.
Thank you, Mr. Simkin.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Looks like you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. Be well.
Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on House Bill 352? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
We will reconvene today at 1:30. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 56 and invite the prime sponsor to introduce this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Happy to be here this afternoon to present this bill. This will be one of several of my bills that, due to some nuance, probably wound up in maybe the second or third most appropriate committee. However, I don't doubt your qualifications to hear it, and I hope you'll come away in agreement with the purpose of this bill. So while at first glance this appears to be a simple firearms nullification bill, it is not, in fact, that. It's much more than that. Despite the misleading title, you will not find reference to the National Firearms Act anywhere in this bill. That's because this bill is not about the NFA, nor is it really about nullification and interposition. Now, don't get me wrong, I, like James Madison, am a major proponent of the doctrine of nullification and interposition. However, this bill is designed from top to bottom to elicit a specific legal challenge in the federal courts by drawing a federal lawsuit under the Supremacy Clause. I make this challenge because I believe for the first time in many generations, the present composition of the Supreme Court might be such that they have the guts to overturn the worst decision in the history of the United States. The Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution reads, "To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes." This is the provision that authorizes the federal government to regulate commerce. Initially, this clause was interpreted properly and narrowly to suggest that the federal government had the authority to regulate interstate commerce, that's trade between states. In the time since, the federal judiciary has repeatedly expanded on this interpretation and seized powers not delegated to it under the Constitution. While initially a measure to break down trade barriers, such as the levying of tariffs by one state against another state in a protectionist manner, this expansive understanding over the centuries has come to provide the federal government with the authority to tell a farmer within our state that he cannot grow more than a certain amount of grain on his own land for his own personal consumption and in support of his own livestock. This is the result of a series of Supreme Court opinions reminiscent of 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, where if you can establish any link, no matter how tenuous, to trade between states, then Congress can regulate it. This is not an exaggeration. This was the exact subject of the lawsuit Wickard versus Filburn of 1942, where the federal government shut down the operations of a private farmer and landowner growing wheat on his own land for his own personal use. They established this authority to regulate under the following leaps of logic. Wheat grown privately for use on someone's own land means that the same amount of wheat, which would otherwise be purchased at market, no longer has to be purchased, which has some immeasurable effect on the economy of wheat by reducing demand on the market. And the wheat market is a national market existing between states. And therefore, this private activity of growing wheat on your own land for your own use can be regulated under the Commerce Clause. Under this awful phenomenological approach, quite literally anything at all could be regulated by the federal government under the Commerce Clause. In the modern world, that would give the authority over things such as 3D printing at home or knitting a hat for your own child, because doing so affects the marketplace broadly by reducing demand. This is not what the founders intended. We can know this firmly as they use the word among the states to represent interstate commerce, not the word within the states, which would have given them the authority to regulate commerce within a state. This Supreme Court decision was perhaps the most consequential and terrible overreach in all of American history. This decision robbed the states of sovereignty and their elected representatives, that would be us, of the power to craft just laws regulating or deregulating commerce within their own borders. It was a death blow to the already wounded concept of the United States as a federal republic and served to significantly transition our form of government toward a progressive democracy. So this bill is not really about firearms at heart. This bill is about giving our current courts another bite at this apple and an opportunity to right a rather large historical wrong. Should this be successful and result in an overturning of Wickard or a narrowing of the interpretation of the Commerce Clause, the results for this and every other state in the Union would be so meaningful for federalism. It would go a long way toward restoring the founding vision of America as a federation of republics. It would allow economic activity to boom. It would put our troublesome federal bureaucracy back in a box such that the average New Hampshire citizen doesn't have to worry about their quirkiness because it just doesn't affect them that much. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are you aware of any other cases that are in the pipeline that are going to challenge that ruling?
Presently, I'm not aware of any challenges to the Commerce Clause that are pending.
Okay. And can you explain how this bill, if enacted, would trigger such a lawsuit?
Yes. So what it almost certainly would happen, because this specifically seeks to exempt certain manufacturing in the state of New Hampshire from federal oversight. This would trigger a lawsuit against the state by the federal government under the Supremacy Clause, which opens the door to the state. And under the current circumstances in America, I believe we would be joined by many other states in arguing for a restricting of the definition of the Commerce Clause.
Do you feel that this subject matter, I mean, the Supreme Court could theoretically take it and also very narrowly decide it just on the firearms aspect? Do you think this is broad enough to trigger the whole Commerce Clause decision?
That's a very good question. I can't speculate as to what the ultimate outcome would be. I would be happy to see a large change. I would also be happy to see a small change that could represent an opening to future further changes.
Thank you. Yes, Representative LaSalle.
Thank you for taking my question. So if I get the gist of the bill correctly, this would exempt firearms made within the state of New Hampshire from the National Firearms Act. Is that correct?
Kind of, yes. It's a little more expansive than that. So it doesn't speak strictly to the National Firearms Act. It speaks to all authority that the federal government claims to regulate firearms manufacturing under the Commerce Clause, which would effectively be all federal firearms regulations.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman? The National Firearms Act was put in place during the Depression to prohibit gangsters from having machine guns. That was the original impetus for the National Firearms Act. If this bill were to pass and become law, would machine guns be legal in the state of New Hampshire?
Well, that would be the question for the courts to establish once the actual lawsuit occurred and the arguments were to happen. But I would actually note that though it's not currently legal, gangsters all over this country already have machine guns. They put switches on their Glocks and they shoot up cities all over the place.
Thank you.
And is it not true that if you happen to be a very rich citizen, you can buy a machine gun now?
You indeed can. It's very costly, and it requires a bit of a wait and fingerprinting and all kinds of other stuff. But yes, you can in fact purchase a machine gun or a suppressor or a short-barreled rifle or any of the above.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Tom Mannion, representing Hillsborough 1, Pelham. I'm testifying in support of HB 381. As the prime sponsor explained very eloquently, we're in a great position to continue to challenge bad Supreme Court precedents. We've overturned Chevron, reining in bureaucratic overregulation. We've overturned Roe, returning one of the most contentious issues to states where people can move to and from states to live according to their beliefs. Now is the time to challenge the bad precedent of Wickard v. Filburn that is directly responsible for the erosion of the 10th Amendment and the consolidation of power in D.C. At face value, the bill continues promoting New Hampshire as the friendliest for gun ownership and entices new manufacturing job creators to move here. But it also serves as a vehicle for the inevitable court challenge that will both question bad provisions of the National Firearms Act and the precedent of Wickard. I ask the committee vote OTP on HB 381.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't done so? Seeing none, I close the public. Do you want to testify? You need to fill out a pink card, please. Just grab the card and fill it out once you're done testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Milo Myrite. I'm from Pittsfield, New Hampshire. I represent myself, here to testify in favor of this bill, specifically as it regards sound suppressors. You can, there's all sorts of, you can say what you will about machine guns, short-barreled rifles. Sound suppressors, on the other hand, are sound suppressors are presently very rare throughout the United States, including New Hampshire, because of the amount of paperwork it takes. I believe that almost every firearm ought to have a sound suppressor. This status quo, in fact, enables the proliferation of one of those evils that General Stark told us was greater than death. How do I know about this? Well, I wasn't into guns as a child. At the age of 5, I took up the piano. Turns out when you do that, your sense of hearing develops a little bit better. I have perfect pitch. It wasn't until 2019, though, that I started to want to put my firearms enthusiasm into practice. Went to the local friendly neighborhood indoor gun range, took an NRA basic pistol class, went back a few more weekends. Then in the summer of 2020, I started to realize that this right to keep and bear arms carries with it a responsibility to do so. Went back to that same facility one more time. In that moment, after I cut the ignition, but before I pulled the door handle, I heard peace and quiet. That was the last time I ever did so. And that's where my story ends. The one thing you still have control over is how many other stories throughout New Hampshire are you going to let end the same way before you pass this bill into law? Happy to take questions.
So is it your testimony to the committee today that your hearing was damaged due to being exposed to a discharging of a firearm?
Precisely.
Okay. And that had suppressors been used, they would not have been. Were you not wearing hearing protection at the time?
I was wearing hearing protection.
And it's still
Yes,
because your hearing was enhanced?
I believe so.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. And we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Okay. I open the public hearing on House Bill 506. Invite the prime sponsor to, or a sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of Criminal Justice. It's nice to be back. I was asked to file this bill by a constituent. This is a bill from last year. If you remember, most of you will remember House Bill 1339. That bill passed through this committee, I think it was 19-0, went out of finance 25-0, and it passed the House. It got hung up in the Senate. They laid it on the table and ended up killing it in October of last year. The version of the bill you see now was the latest version of it. There were some issues with a shall and a may and some of the language that was changed to may. So this bill is essentially the same bill that we had here last year. What this bill does is it allows the return of property taken by court order for either bail conditions or restraining order or any other court order that requires the police to take your firearms. The issue with this is once that order has been vacated, people have found themselves waiting, weeks, months, maybe several months to get their property back. So that person, once that order is vacated, they can go buy a firearm, but they can't get their property back. So this puts time limits on it for the court to act on it, so that this property can be returned expeditiously. So that's basically what the bill does. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. However, there are people that are going to speak behind me that might be better served at answering those questions.
Thank you. If I recall, there was also an issue where people had to actually bring a court case, a separate court case, to get their property back. It wasn't being handled within the, is that the case?
Yeah, I believe they had to request a hearing, and then the court would set up a hearing date. That could be a month, 2 months, 3 months out, and then they have to go in and have a court hearing in order to get their property returned that should essentially be returned once the first order was vacated.
And if they had been assigned counsel in their case, let's say defense counsel because it was an assault case, and they won the assault case, that counsel wouldn't represent them to get their property back. They had to go out and get another attorney. Is that correct?
That's how I believe it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Scher.
What were the problems in the Senate?
It was laid on the table, and I don't know what the actual problem was. I think they were hanging on to it and to kind of hold it during committee of conference time, and it wasn't acted on. So come October, they ITL'd it.
Got it. Thank you.
Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for taking my question. If this bill was enacted into law, how would it work? You say now it's drug out. There's a lot of judicial rigmarole and so forth. So how would this work?
So this is a question probably better suited for someone who's going to speak after me, but this gives specific time frames that the process has to be completed by. It's not just you request a hearing and the court will schedule the hearing when they have time. And we've had people testify that it could take upwards of 3 months. This here has specific time frames that the court has to schedule and have this property returned by. So it gives specific time frames.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Manning. Just a quick question. On line 17, where it says whether written or oral the court shall request, would there be something like to fill out so it's not just hearsay?
It says written or oral, so I'm not sure if what would be the case there.
Okay. Thank you.
I would assume that if the person during the hearing made the request, that would count, or it would be through a motion written by their attorney. See no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Holly Novoleski.
Better? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, committee members. And I thank Representative Mannion for filing the bill. I believe I am the constituent who asked for this to be filed. So I am here to speak on support of House Bill 506. I'm not here as a lobbyist. I'm here as a concerned citizen who saw firsthand how violation of due process and an individual's rights with the return due to the return of firearms and ammunition related to an order of protection. A close personal associate of mine had their firearms and ammunition confiscated related to a false claim of abuse. The claim was a blatant abuse of our domestic violence laws, which are meant to protect our most vulnerable citizens. But instead, it was used to retaliate against an individual who refused to give money to a family member. And I'm going to clearly outline what happened. Day one was the argument, and money wasn't given. No further conversation. It was over the phone. Day 4, a complaint was filed with the local police that they were felt threatened. The police investigated and found there was no, it was not to be credible. Day 10, another complaint was filed with the courts. So then the firearms and ammunition were confiscated. Day 31 is the court hearing. The courts now dismiss the case because it's not credible. The police notified the person that they had found that the case was dismissed, and they were waiting for notification from the courts for the return of firearms and ammunition. It never came. 2 weeks later, the individual went to the court and was told they had to have another hearing. Day 78 is the second hearing. Again, no notification was given to the courts, to the police, that the firearms were to be returned. It took day 100 before the firearms and ammunition were returned. Over 2 months after the court case was dismissed, 69 days to be exact, before property was returned in a case that was investigated by the police and the courts, and both found not to be credible. A clear case of gross abuse of our domestic violence laws, and yet it still took 69 days. House Bill 506 would ensure a timely return of firearms and ammunition. It lays out a 2-day time frame for a request of background check and a 10-day decision from the Department of Safety. This is a 12-day time frame that would have expedited the 69 days. The only thing missing from this bill, and I would ask for an amendment, is a time frame that the courts must notify the police of a return of firearms or return of property. I would request that you add another 2 days, that once the Department of Safety has made their decision and told the courts have 2 days to notify the police department that they have to return property. That's my testimony, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you. When the person went to the court hearing, the second one, the one to get their property back, at that time, did the court issue an order in their favor?
Yes. Well, the court ordered the case was dismissed, the first one.
Yeah.
But they had to go back and ask for their firearms.
Yeah.
It took 2 seconds, and they said, yes, go ahead, you can have them back. But we never received the notice.
So how did the notice finally end up getting there? Just it showed up, or
Snail mail. They said it would come through the snail mail. So it took that long.
So from the time the judge during the 2-minute hearing said, yes, you're correct, you should have your property back, it took an additional
22 days.
22 days for that order to get there. I see. All right. Thank you.
And
very
the
much.
other thing is it ties up our court systems that are grossly understaffed, and it ties up police storage.
Sure.
So
did the person get an order from the court that day in their hand?
No.
No. So had they got an order, they could have brought that order to the police department themselves.
If they could, but the judge said it would come through the snail mail.
Sure. Okay. Representative Scher.
Just as a point of information for everybody, the court, there's no automatic procedure.
That's for executive session.
Okay.
That you can edify us.
Well, I was hoping to
Help her
edify
too?
everybody.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
There's no automatic procedure once a case is dismissed, a DV case is dismissed, for the court to notify people that they can come pick up their property. That's just not part of what the court does. So this legislation would help that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it would.
And
help a lot.
the police department was notified that the case was dismissed, but they couldn't release the firearms and the ammunition without the letter. Right. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair calls the Honorable John Stone.
Good afternoon, John Stone, Claremont, New Hampshire. I was the original prime sponsor last year of this bill under the previous number, which was 1339. And this bill is strictly about establishing timeframes for a court proceeding to do the return of firearms. One of the issues that was brought up last year from some of the stakeholders is that, from a law enforcement aspect of it that contacted me, the evidence room gets filled with a lot of people's firearms. They sit there. The court case has either been null prost. It's not a domestic related case. Each agency decides whether they're going to give guns back and how they're going to facilitate that through their own local policy. I believe it's the state police's intention that they would like to have a get out of jail free card, that if it's given to them, they will freely give the guns back, but only at a court order, regardless of the circumstances why the guns were taken. And Captain Muzzy is sitting behind me. He was involved in, I believe, the subcommittee we ran last year, as well as the language of this bill, along with some other stakeholders that are behind me. There was a consensus among all of us. This was a good bill when we brought it to the House. It did pass the House. It did die in the Senate. Something to remember is these firearms are individuals' property. In some cases have either monetary value, some significant monetary value, depending on what the items are. And evidence rooms are not really generally policed all that well. They're kind of stored, they could develop rust, they could get banged around. That could decrease the value of someone's property. Once a person is no longer prohibited, there's no reason for the state to be exercising control over one's property. And that was to rectify this, is to make sure the courts have established timeframes of which to return the firearms so that it's not out there 3, 4, or 5 months. I'm willing to take any questions, and I'd recommend that this bill is ought to pass.
What is your position on the suggested amendment by the citizen regarding the 2 days?
I think that would be excellent. The other issue that was brought up by Deputy Chief Allen of the Claremont Police Department was yesterday is that they were just concerned that they'd be a party when this order would be filed, so that they would know about it. So it didn't slip through them, because this bill specifically says the Department of Safety, if issued by the court, is to do the NICS background check.
Yeah.
They just don't want to feel like they were outside the loop, so that they would be included as a party to safeguard any duplicate issues that may arise.
Would there be an issue if it allowed the court to hand a notice to the plaintiff that they could just take to the police and say, here's my order?
I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf, but I would think that a court order issued in hand has the same, authority as
they
one
could
that's
belt and
electronically.
suspenders mail them one too. but-
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And I know the court system now uses a portal system. Some of us old folks remember when that used to be all handwritten, and now a lot of it's electronically produced
Okay.
and submitted.
We'll ask the state police. Thank you. Any questions for anyone else? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Ray Belanger. Ray Belanger? Anyone sounding like Ray Belanger? Okay, next. Captain Muzzy, did you want to testify? You don't have to. I just.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members, honorable members of the committee. I'm Captain Muzzy from the State Police. I'm in charge of the Justice Information Bureau, which includes the Permits and Licensing Unit for those that I don't know. So I did testify on this last year. We did work on some language changes and things. And I think just to answer your question about the potential amendment of an order in hand or something like that, from my perspective, and I don't want to speak for every department, but personally as an officer and what I would be looking for, that would be great. As long as we have an order signed by a judge that we can rely on to say, we have a signed order here to release these, it would certainly be more expedient if it were in hand. So I don't think the police would be opposed to that theory. And I think I understand that, and I don't want to speak for the court, the 2-day window by which the court would have to notify the department. That seems somewhat reasonable to me. I assume an email or something would suffice. I don't know how rigorous the process would need to be to make that notification. And I can tell you that from the police's perspective, yes, we would be looking to empty evidence rooms more quickly. So that goes to that effort as well.
Thank you. I feel like if we do the in-hand order, the 2-day thing is really, doesn't matter. Then at that point, they can just literally mail the other one. But if they have it in hand, they have it in hand.
Certainly.
Thank you. Further questions for the captain? Seeing none?
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else wishing to testify in this bill who has not done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. We will reconvene at 3 p.m. Representative Mannion, can you come here? I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 551. I invite the prime sponsor to introduce the bill.
Good afternoon, committee. Good afternoon, Chairman Roy. I'm Rep. John Sellers. I am not the prime sponsor. I am the co-sponsor. The prime sponsor is out sick today. Okay. I'm just going to introduce the bill. I'm hoping as you have a few more people that want to talk to it. My understanding of this bill, of course, I signed on to it, is that to stop and get rid of some duplication. If they're already doing it at the federal level, there's no reason why we need to do it at the municipal level as far as getting approval and selling firearms. So, well, I'm not going to go into too much more, but that's my gist of understanding of this bill. And I'll take a question or two if you want, but I'm not sure if I can help you out too much.
I don't believe necessary. I think we understand the gist of it. Is there anyone else here who's going to testify on? Yeah, there's a few people, so thank you.
All right, thank you, committee.
The chair calls Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Committee. For record, Representative Henry Geisen, 29th District, Hillsborough County. So what this does, it repeals the requirement for a second licensing or permitting that no other small business has when they have to found. No other business has to apply for a second permit through their town or municipality. It's a second layer of administration that does not increase safety, and what it does do is it slows down the ability for the small business owner to be able to begin their business. FFL compliance is already the first step, and with FFL compliance, the police chief or department has already been notified. So this second layer does not increase safety by notifying anybody else. It removes a requirement which can only lead to a delay in the business and can be prejudiced in its execution. There's no fiscal impact of passing this, and there's no safety impact of passing this. It simply streamlines a process that's already there by getting rid of a redundancy at the town level that can be abused at the town level. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying about this bill. Are you able to take any questions on it or no? So it's my understanding to run a firearms business, you have to obviously get your federal firearms license, and they check where you are to make sure you're in compliance with zoning and so forth. What does the town license do?
My understanding is that the town license only gives the town an objection to or lengthens the process and may include a fee. You're correct in that the FFL already checks on those things and already notifies the police departments.
Thank you. Yeah, all right, thank you, that's all. The chair calls Representative Stone.
Good afternoon. John Stone, Claremont, serves as Operations Manager for Black Op Arms, which is a federally firearms licensed business. In addition, I serve as the National Firearm Act Compliance Officer, and I am testifying in support of this bill. As a sponsor, it said, this bill is going to be removing a kind of archaic requirement for a municipality in New Hampshire to issue a license to sell pistols and revolvers. It really serves no other purpose than to really put a double notice on the police department that already knows that you're in business for selling firearms. It's part of the process of obtaining an FFL. You have to have an inspection done before the license is issued. And part of that is the zoning requirements for your municipality have to be met. With that being said, if there's an issue there, the process stops until that situation is rectified. I know we have some rural areas of New Hampshire, and we also have some, metropolitan areas that zoning is very clear. There's nothing getting put up or put out that they don't know about. I don't know if there's a fee for some municipalities for the license. I know it's kind of a hassle sometimes to track down your local chief to get him to issue you a license. when yours is expiring and you're continuing business. Currently, there is no other state licensing for firearms dealers in the state of New Hampshire. It's strictly a federal firearms license. The feds do know where you are. They know your premise because you can only be licensed by an individual FFL for each business that you have. If you have two businesses, you just need an additional FFL. Both of them need zoning done prior to them coming to see you. As regards to some of the other things, the sponsor already hit on it, that federal law already prohibits selling to out-of-staters even as an unlicensed individual. I think this is a good bill, and I think you should support it fully. You know, if anybody has any questions, I'm willing to take them.
Could you tell us a little, if you know the history of this law? In other words, why was this enacted if we already needed a federal law? Or is this from before a time when the federal government licensed firearm sales?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, of the legislative history of it. It would lead me to believe that it was a time when maybe some places weren't doing so much with zoning and issuing out permits and so forth. This was a way that if you're in a smaller area, I think, to notify the law enforcement officer that, hey, we're running a business of firearms. You used to have a lot of home businesses.
Yeah.
Today, they've kind of gotten away from a lot of them. There's a few popping up here and there, but a majority of them are all brick and mortar, which is what the ATF seems to like to deal with more than home business.
For a period, it was my understanding the the ATF wouldn't even approve if you didn't have a building that was physically separated from your home. Is that true? I remember some people actually going out of business, I believe.
There was a push, I believe, I think it was either 10 or 15 years ago to try to reduce that, but they still allow anybody that had a license out of their house, to, as long as there's still purposes to make money and to be in business, not to increase your personal collection. So the ATF really, it even says it on the application when you apply for a federal firearms license, that if you're not in it to be a business and make money, do not submit the application.
Gotcha. And finally, for me, it says repealing the license to sell pistols and revolvers. What about long guns?
The long guns were never an issue. It was always pistols and revolvers.
So I could open up a business tomorrow with my FFL and sell rifles all day long and shotguns all day long, and I wouldn't have to worry about it. But if I want to sell a pistol, I have to get a town license?
That would be my legal understanding of it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Representative Scher.
Was
Yeah,
it the
of course.
intention of this bill? I see that the bill repeals RSA 159.8.
Correct.
The third paragraph of that bill prohibits a sale of a weapon to a person who is a convicted felon. Was it the intention of this repeal of 159.8 to do that?
It's already a violation of federal law for a prohibited person. In other words, the federal government would take action on that individual, such as they do now. Can I give you an example?
Sure.
We have individuals that'll come in, they'll purchase a firearm, they'll end up being delayed. The statutory time frame elapses. They then receive the firearm. They come back as being a prohibited person for either a felony conviction or a domestic violence conviction, misdemeanor. The ATF will then arrange with that individual to either meet them or for them to surrender the firearm back. And then it's up to the ATF if they want to pursue charges, which sometimes they do, often they don't.
Okay. Thank you.
So the portion of the statute that would be struck prohibiting the sale of firearms to felons would not prohibit the sale of firearms to felons. I mean, it would not allow it.
The felon would be committing a crime by purchasing a firearm.
Because it's still
and be in
federally
possession.
illegal. It's just duplicative. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Representative Newman, you have a question.
So my question is, the thing that we get is that, the fact that the state has at one time, when I was a young rep, fairly young, I had an argument with the chair, a chair, about I said we have no firearm laws in this state. And he pointed to this law as being the one. Yeah, we do. We got one law. So there is one law. The law specifically says the people have to be known to you if you're going to sell it. So if someone sells something to his neighbor, we have a state law that says you can do that if he doesn't know him personally and doesn't get identification. So that being the case, can he be prosecuted if we don't have a state law? Can the state do any prosecution, or is it like people going into a school that the feds have to do it because we don't have a law? So
actually,
what's the effect of taking this law out of the state as
Because
far as
New Hampshire actually takes it a step further with, it's a felon in possession of a dangerous weapon or deadly weapon. That includes firearms.
And
So
that-
that law is an independent law from this one. And I believe it's under RSA 159 also.
Follow up, and I'm just wondering what, you think it's 159? Well,
No, it's chapter 159. I believe that section applies to it.
Well, this is.
It's quite a long chapter.
Yeah, it's one, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just had a question around the zoning bit. So when municipalities, when you're saying that the feds are basically checking the zoning restrictions when they're issuing these licenses, is that like just whether something is zoned for business or not, or do municipalities specifically zone for gun related businesses?
What it is the ATF are concerned that you went to your local municipal agency, got all their approvals, all their go-aheads, because if you don't, then that creates an issue for licensing for the premise. As far as if you're asking like maybe in a school zone, FFLs are actually exempt from school zones under federal law. So that's not a real big consideration. What it is, they want to make sure if you lease, say someone's leasing a property from another person, they want to make sure that individual also has a signed copy and notification that you're going to be running a firearms business out of their rented premise if you don't own the building itself. So the zoning is a very key point to it.
So essentially, so say I wanted to open a gun store, I would still have to go to the local municipality and go through all the normal things that you would do to open a business and then get licensed through the FFL. So this is really just this isn't removing the municipality's ability to already have jurisdiction over
Absolutely not. You have to still comply with the zoning requirements.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls the Honorable J.R. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. J.R. Hull for the record, Dunbarton. Currently the Secretary for the New Hampshire Firearms Coalition, as well as a former state rep. I would like to address a comment that was made by one of the members saying that this repeals the ability or repeals the prohibition on sale to a person who has a felony. That is under 159.7, not 159.8. That will remain on the law. So that question that was raised in the prior discussion is null and void. This is a completely redundant system to what is currently in place between the business requirements, if you want to establish a home business in our zoning laws, and what is done with the federal government to get permission to sell firearms. This is a pro-business bill. There is no reason why we should take firearms and the sales of firearms and make it more difficult than any other home occupation. If someone wanted to cut hair at home and that was their business, they would have to still go to the town to get permission to set up and establish a business in their residence, just like you would for the firearms. The only difference is you have extra hoops to jump through for firearms that are different than any other business. Foot traffic, car traffic to a home FFL is going to be a lot smaller than, let's say, someone who's running a hair salon out of their house. 1, 2, 3 times a month, someone might show up. That's a viable business in New Hampshire. We currently have, and all of these businesses are listed. You can go to the ATF website right now and find every FFL in the state of New Hampshire. As of this morning, there are 606 of them. They vary by the number of town. Okay, some towns have a lot, some towns don't have any. That is not because there's less demand in the town of Concord or in the city of Concord than there is in the city of Manchester. It's because some places make it very hard to get a business set up to be a home FFL. We would ask that you would support this bill. This is a pro-business bill that will make it easier for businesses. We already are a large firearm manufacturer and distributor relative to other states. We are also one of the safest states in the nation, if not the safest state in the nation. And I would like to continue that proud tradition. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just clarify what RSA did you say there was confusion about, or it was
So
one of the prior questions asked was, does this repeal sales to felons, that prohibition? It does not. That is 159.7. That is not impacted by the bill. The bill repeals 159.8, 8A. I believe it's 8B and 10, if I recall, and then any references to those. So sales to felons still stays on our books. Prohibiting sales to felons still stays on the books.
Thank you.
Representative Harry Gathright.
I just want to clarify because I'm reading RSA 15910, and it says relative to penalties for sale without a license required under RSA 159.8. And then the other piece of that, when it talks about relative to, wait a minute, let me find where I was reading.
So that is a Class B felony today, and this bill would repeal 159.10. Okay, but there is a federal prohibition, and there is also a state prohibition about selling to someone who is a prohibited person. Right, you can't sell to a felon. That is still going to be on the books. Okay, 159.7 prohibits this. And it says whoever violates the provisions of this section shall be guilty of a Class B felony. That is not changing.
Representative Muse.
Thank you for answering my question. What it looks like we may be losing if we repeal 158.9 is the requirement that the firearm shall be delivered to a purchaser not personally known to the seller. So, currently, or who doesn't provide clear evidence of their identity. So, obviously, we would want to know who these people are. Correct?
So, I'm aware of a case down in Brookline from a number of years ago. I will attempt to answer your question with a set of events. Someone listed as a store owner a firearm for sale on a 3x5 card. That person, as the store owner, was subsequently convicted just because they were advertising for sale, which is what the statute says. It's not about transfer at that point. Gun owners tend to be very religious about making sure they don't want their firearms ending up in the wrong hands. So they tend to go overboard to make sure if they're going to sell one privately that they know that the person is not prohibited, because it's in their self-interest to do so. Does that answer your question?
A little bit. But it does look like that provision would be disappearing from the law. So in other words,
where would that
it would change from something that's in statute to best practice.
Representative, where does it take that away, please?
159.
With 159.10, and if I may, right?
Look at
Any person who, without being licensed herein provided, right? The license is the license that we're doing away with. Advertises or exposes for sale or has in his possession with the intent to sell is guilty. This is not about selling a firearm to the wrong person, to a prohibited person. The way 159.10 is written, it's about the advertisement of a firearm, which is what has been used in the past to convict people of felonies. I would argue under 159.8-A, I'm not sure the Attorney General is doing this, but 159.8A says the Attorney General shall, at least once annually, file with the Secretary of State a summary of all the laws of each state of the United States relative to the purchase of pistols and revolvers in such states. I could do a 91A, but I'm pretty certain that document doesn't exist and hasn't for a while. We have a lot of these extraneous requirements of departments that are out there that say you have to do X, Y, and Z that aren't getting done. So yet one more reason to clean up the books.
I'm not sure that you quoted the statute that would be disappearing in 159.8.
8A.
According to the way that it's worded. So in Roman numeral 3, what it says precisely is, no pistol, revolver, or other firearm shall be delivered to a purchaser not personally known to the seller or who does not present clear evidence of his identity. That would be disappearing if we simply repeal this section.
That is correct. Section 159.8. License to sell, Roman 3.
Correct. It also shows up in 159.10, right? Which is part of the repeal. Any person who, without being licensed as herein provided, sells, advertises, or exposes for sale, right, or has in his possession with intent to sell pistols or revolvers shall be guilty of a Class B felony. That is simply about, right, just the mere advertisement is considered a felony. There's
Yeah,
no
that-
transfer
that-
taking place under 159.10.
That's also repealed under this statute.
Correct.
So where in our laws does it still say that you can't transfer a firearm to someone you don't know?
It would not be there at this point, right? Because that's under 159.8.3.
Okay, all right.
But as I said earlier, firearm owners don't tend to want their firearms in the hands of the wrong people. They respect what a firearm can do. Because they don't want it in the hands of the wrong people, they tend to make sure that the people that are buying it are not prohibited.
I can tell you that to me, one of the strongest arguments against an earlier bill that we heard, which was requiring mandatory background checks, is that we are already prohibited from transferring firearms to someone we don't know. So you're taking that one argument away and relying only on we tend to be responsible. I feel like that's a pretty slippery slope. Can you, there's nowhere else in our law other than this place right
Well,
here?
so you're prohibited under federal and under state law for selling to someone who's not a qualified, right? Is not
a known felon or a prohibited
right,
person.
a prohibited person. So if you sell to a prohibited person, you're already violating the law. It is a punishable by a felony level offense.
Sure.
So that's not going away, which means the burden is on the person selling the item to make sure the person that is receiving the item is not prohibited.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions that you haven't already heard the answer to?
Well, I'm trying
Go
to
ahead.
figure out, I mean, where you just now said that we have a state law that says you are prohibited from sale to a felon, and I'm just wondering where that is.
159.7.
And we haven't repealed that one here?
Correct. That is not part of the bill.
Okay, I'll take a closer look at that. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for your time.
And no other questions. Thank you. Okay, who's next? Chair calls Justin Davis. You gonna wave off? Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who was not done? Oh, what? Oh, Mr. Simkin. Mr. Simkin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am a federal firearms licensee. My name is Jay Simpkin, resident of Nashua, New Hampshire. Held an FFL for a shade over 40 years, over 30 of them in Nashua. I have a personal interest in this bill. It will save me a $10 license fee every 3 years, $10 to $11 in postage every 3 years, and about an hour of my time. As others have indicated, this repeal will simply clear up a redundancy. The redundancy exists because when this law was enacted in 1923, and with my prepared testimony, I provide you with a copy of the relevant section of the 1923 law, there were no federal laws regarding firearms. The first such federal law was the Federal Firearms Act of 30 June 1938, which established licensure at the federal level for firearm dealers. That licensure was rolled into the Gun Control Act of 1968. And I provide the actual cites to statutes at large in which series are published U.S. laws. So removing the state license, this license, by the way, has nothing to do with municipalities. Police chiefs issue it on behalf of the state. It's not a City of Nashua license. So the the repeal of 159:8 simply removes a redundancy that could have been removed 15 years ago or even a little more. But the application for an FFL, and I append an extract from the most current version, requires that a copy of the application go to the chief law enforcement officer. It simply was a way in 1923 of enabling a police chief to know who in his or her jurisdiction was retailing handguns. That's what it was intended to do. That's what it did. But since the federal authorities require a copy of a new or renewal application for an FFL to go to the chief law enforcement officer, there is no reason for the state license. I have prepared testimony, which I will hand over, and I'm more than willing to answer questions.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Representative McFarland.
Oh, no, you're saying me? Yeah. I misheard your call out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that most of the points I want to make have already been made, so I'll be very brief. First of all, I want to state for the record this testimony is representing my views and the views of my constituents. In Grafton 18, it is not made on behalf of any private employer, nor should it be construed to represent the views of any of my employers. The FFL system, as you've heard, already provides rigorous oversight, and this is an unnecessary set of statutes that are being repealed here. And I know there was a question that came up earlier having to do with the clause in RSA 159.7. I would just say that for the committee's reference, that which will remain does clearly say that no person shall sell, deliver, or otherwise transfer a pistol, revolver, or any other firearm to a person who has been convicted in any jurisdiction of a felony, and goes on further. I support this bill, and I would ask you to recommend it for OTP. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. We reconvene at 4 p.m. Afternoon, I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 609, and I invite the sponsor to introduce the bill. Oh,
Did you find my pen?
no, I didn't. I think it's,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee. My name is Sam Farrington, and I represent Rochester Ward 4. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try to be brief. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 609. The purpose of this bill is straightforward: to fix certain loopholes in New Hampshire's preemption statute. The Granite State has a tradition of respecting the right to defend yourself. In 2003, the state enacted RSA 159, Section 26, the preemption statute. What this did, it prevented political subdivisions, so towns, cities, counties, from enacting certain, or I guess any regulation, restriction on the possession or the sale, the use of firearms. And so this ensured uniform gun laws throughout the state of New Hampshire. In other words, your right to defend yourself did not change depending on whether you lived in Rochester or Derry or Concord. The only relevant law was decided by the legislator. The preemption statute gives authority to the state. Right now, state agencies are exercising that authority, and that's a problem. It's a problem because state agencies are telling certain employees that you can't defend yourself while on the job. Your right to defend yourself should not end when you step foot into a government building or when you go to work for a state agency. This is a problem. House Bill 609 addresses this by adding clarity to the language and removing the vagueness. It does this by adding agencies, as you can see in the bill, to the preemption, and also restricting certain rules as well as the ordinances and laws and regulations of the language. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to ask any or answer any questions.
thank you. We may have a few questions. Just give me a second as I go over the bill. What was the impetus for you bringing this bill? Did you have an employee, you don't have to give me any names or anything, but was it a state agency employee that felt that they were being wronged? Or?
Yeah, there was a tragic instance that led to a death, and another representative will speak on that.
Okay, great. Any questions for the representative?
What is the age for? I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm hoping you can answer a question for something I've been trying to find for several years. And I apologize because he and I are sharing the bill right now. Do you know what the legal age is in New Hampshire for a person to have pepper spray and or maybe like a taser? Or is there an age?
Yeah, I didn't mention that, but this bill would also add self-defense tools, so pepper spray, taser, stun guns, other defense tools to the statute. I could get back to you on the age requirement, but that would be added to the bill.
Okay, so I'm sorry, follow up, Mr. Chairman. So the reason for my question, if it helps clarify what I'm asking, is say a person 16 years old, say they waitress, right? It's Saturday night, they made a lot of money that night, they're walking to their car, obviously they don't have a firearm, or even so if they wanted to have, say, pepper spray in their keychain, I was under the impression that there was like an age limit for that, and I wanted to do away with that, but I couldn't find it to see what it was, and that's why I'm curious if you know that.
My understanding would be that would be set by the state, by the legislator, and under the preemption statute, cities and towns couldn't pass further regulation on that matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, Representative Muse.
Thanks for taking my question. Under your bill, would a school be able to prohibit any of these items like stun guns?
The bill prevents political subdivisions
Right.
from regulating the use, the
school board?
A school district would be a political subdivision.
So a school follow up. So a school district would not be able to ban these?
Correct.
Okay.
Obviously, federal law would take precedent over state law.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McFarland.
Afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 609. I'm Representative Donald McFarland of Orange. I'm here representing my constituents in the towns of Alexandria, Bridgewater, Bristol, Canaan, Dorchester, Enfield, Grafton, Groton, Hebron, and Orange. My testimony is not made on behalf of any private employer, nor should it be construed to represent the views of any of my employers. Our state constitution grants the General Court the power to legislate on matters affecting the rights and safety of our citizens. House Bill 609 reinforces this constitutional mandate by ensuring that the regulation of self-defense tools remains within the purview of our elected representatives. This centralized approach promotes consistency and accountability in our laws. Without House Bill 609, there's a risk of regulatory fragmentation where various state agencies and local and municipal entities could impose differing rules on the sale, possession, and use of self-defense tools. Such a patchwork of regulations would create confusion among citizens and law enforcement, potentially leading to unintentional violations and uneven enforcement across the state. New Hampshire has a proud tradition of respecting individual liberty, and that includes the right to self-defense. By retaining that regulatory authority within the General Court, this bill ensures that any legislation affecting these rights undergoes thorough debate and consideration by the people's elected representatives. This process safeguards against hasty or unilateral decisions that could impinge and infringe upon constitutional rights. In conclusion, this is a prudent measure that prevents regulatory inconsistency, protects individual rights, and enhances public safety. I urge the committee to support this bill for OTP. Thank you for your time.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Representative Hall.
Good afternoon. Former Representative J.R. Hull, Dunbarton, speaking on behalf of the New Hampshire Firearms Coalition. The bill before you is a continuation of something that was started 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the state legislature realized that having this patchwork quilt of laws or rules at different towns would be problematic. You don't want to have to go from Amherst to Milford and then find out suddenly you're violating a town ordinance. This bill was put in 20 years ago to address that we will have statewide uniform laws relative to firearms. In 2011, that was further expanded to include knives as part of this policy, because we were aware at the time that certain retail establishments near the town of Hampton in particular were regulating which knives could be sold and not sold. So this passed overwhelmingly, and in a strongly partisan House and Senate, this passed, obviously, but it was also signed by Governor Lynch, realizing that we should have uniform laws relative to firearms and tools. The bill before you expands this to other non-lethal self-defense tools. I have four children, three boys and a girl. My daughter is no longer a minor, but when she was a minor, as a dad, I would let her have pepper spray if she was going out and walking the dog, because that was a good way for her to protect herself. And we live in a pretty quiet town. Dunbarton has 40 residents per square mile, so it's a pretty quiet town relative to like Manchester. And I thought it was a prudent way for me as a dad to let my daughter take our dog for a walk. Same thing is true. We might want children who are out walking or biking or hiking or any of the normal activities that we do in the state to be able to protect themselves. But there's no laws today that make sure that there's uniform regulations across the state relative to these non-lethal forms of self-defense. So this bill expands it to non-lethal forms and itemizes a list. The bill also closes this loophole about agencies. And someone asked a question before, what about that? We had, unfortunately, a very tragic accident with Officer Haas. And that was due to a policy that was established between
DHHS and Dartmouth Hospital, which was running the state psychiatric ward. We should be careful when we start disarming our citizens. It should not be on the application that you have to voluntarily give up your rights as a citizen to be an employee of the state. We should fix that. Now is a good time. This fixes it. It makes it clear that the legislature, not the state, because the state could be misinterpreted to be an agency. So it fixes state to general court particular, and it does that to make it clear that we should be doing any regulations regarding self-defense tools by statute, not by agency rule or by contract. And then it goes through and adds these non-lethal tools that people routinely use to protect themselves to this list of self-defense tools. And that's what it does. I would ask that you would find this ought to pass. And I'm here to answer any questions if there's technical questions on either the history of the bill or what the bill does.
Thank you. I have a question. So agencies,
Yes.
you're not allowed to have a firearm within the prison walls. If the commissioner says, okay, all my prison guards, you are not allowed to have firearms inside the walls, that rule would then be null and void by the statute. Is that not correct?
As written, correct. And I do believe prisons are one area, right? The inside domain of the psychiatric ward is areas we might want to include in this statute that says, right, there are regulations in this narrow area relative to carry. Okay.
Courts as well.
Courts is already covered under statute. That's under 159, I don't know,
Right.
18, 19, 20, somewhere in that domain. I don't have it in front of me.
But so we have two conflicting statutes, though. It would say that no state agency, well, the judiciary is its own branch, so.
Well,
yeah. there
but
might be-
and I'm going to quote, I didn't bring a copy of the bill up, right? Except as, right, except as otherwise specifically provided by state statute. So in the case of courts, it's already a state statute. It says you
Okay.
can't do this, right?
Yeah.
Or you're not allowed to carry there. I think the point is that if you wanted to do something relative to prisons, I would ask that you would delay action on this bill today, and I can help you craft an amendment for that one, because I do believe you have an argument to be made about who can carry behind the locked doors within the prison.
Yeah.
Right. I do believe the personnel that work at the state prison probably already do carry, but I don't know all the rules about the state prison, and it's not for us to tell them how to do their job in that area.
I believe that once they go beyond the locked area and they're in the general population area, they don't carry firearms either.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that it would do well to think.
And we could expand, I think it's section 159.19, I'm going from memory. That is the prohibition relative to courts.
Well, the court I know is in statute, so if this says other statutes, then it should be fine. We don't have to address it.
Right, no, but I'm just saying you could expand that section if you wanted to do something about the prisons.
Yeah.
Courthouse security is 159.19. So you could broaden 159.19 to, right, state agencies and state facilities in one section.
Okay. Further questions? Representative Scher.
I know Bradley House was shot at the state hospital.
Correct.
Where was he located? Was he within a locked facility or on the outside?
No, he was the security for the building at the metal detector. He was at the front door.
Okay.
Making sure people didn't make it into the facility with anything that was metallic in nature, and he was prohibited by a contract from protecting himself.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Bogart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Would this have an adverse effect on local jails? Because in the local jails, they don't permit guns within the lockdown areas also. So the same as the prisons. So
I don't, outside of cities, I'm not sure what towns actually have jails.
I think he means counties.
Okay, counties.
County
And
jails. Yes.
as I said, if you choose not to act on this bill today, I think we can probably put something under what is 15919, relabel it from courthouse security to broader, and we can put in a section 6 that addresses prisons and jails.
Representative.
That is not the intent, for the record, that is not the intent of the bill to take care, right?
Right. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I think I might have misheard you, but in this bill, it has the language of or other self-defense tools. And I think I heard you say something that it was itemized. Could you just direct me to where it's itemized, what that actual definition of other self-defense tools would be?
So when you write this has to do with statutory construction. When you write an itemized list, if you don't put an or other type thing that is broad, my question is, someone comes up with something newer than a pepper spray device, right? Kimber makes this pepper spray looking pistol. Okay. It's a pistol. It has 2 shots of pepper spray. This little red cute thing works really well, I guess, I've been told. Anyway, is that a pepper spray device or what is that, right? What if it falls outside of this category? So when you make an itemized list, that is the list. That's what the legislature said. They said A, B, C, or D, and that means E, F, G are not included. So you tend to put a clause or similar so that it shows the intent. Okay? We could, and one way to construct this, and we did talk about it, was to construct a term at the beginning of 15926, which is definitions, and then you can define an itemized list and just call them self-defense tools thereafter.
Thanks.
With regard to this, other self-defense tools. So let's say I work at the DMV. I like to carry a sidearm. They say you can't. Now I can because of this law. But it also says other self-defense tools. Well, if I like to carry a baseball bat, can my boss say no?
Well, when does a baseball bat become a self-defense
I
tool,
don't know.
right? That's why it was broadly, right? Because it says, and we added, right,
I remember, I'm
knives.
just trying to find unintentional consequences.
No. We added knives years ago, right? In there. Is a knife a switchblade? Is a knife an auto opening? Whatever the latest and greatest everyday carry knife is, right? Or are they all under the broad category of knives? Clearly, a knife would be a self-defense tool. What if it's an auto forward? I think it's auto forward opening is the latest craze in the knife community. Does that fall under a special category of knives? I mean, even Massachusetts got spanked by the Supreme Court in a 9-0 decision about things like, I believe it was pepper spray and tasers in a case about a dozen years ago or so, because they were overly restrictive in Massachusetts, and the Supreme Court in a 9-0 decision told them, no, you can't do this. These are clearly ways to defend yourself. We left that language or other in there because you don't want someone to come along. I would call a baseball bat, that's more of a tool to go play Little League than it is a self-defense tool.
I understand. What I'm concerned is obstinate employees telling their boss, well, today this is my self-defense tool. What can you do about it? All right, we'll think about that one. We have some days. Any further questions? Seeing none.
Thank you for your time.
The chair calls Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Erica Leon. I represent the town of Derry, which is Rockingham 13. I'm in my 3rd term now, and when I first came in, I thought everything was really straightforward, talking about the state and political subdivisions. Then on my 2nd term, I was added to JLCAR, the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. And I have to tell you, the onion of different layers of government really opened up to me, because I didn't really understand just how much agencies are involved in the state, just how many people work for those agencies, and how often they can set policy for the people who work within those agencies themselves without any legislative oversight. I believe that when this bill was first passed, the intention was that Agencies are considered part of the state. But if you haven't had that experience about sort of seeing those differences and those definitions, it's kind of hard to capture it when you're doing a big bill like this in order to make sure that you are getting rid of the patchwork of rules. So I want to zoom back from that and talk about one of my neighbors. I had some neighbors down the street from me, really didn't like the Second Amendment, really didn't like self-defense, really didn't like any of that. And we talked a lot. They knew that around then was when I had gotten my first gun, and we started talking. And their daughter was working a job at one of the state agencies where she ended up having to go alone into situations where she felt uncomfortable. It didn't take long for them to start realizing the value of self-defense and start realizing the value of tools that would allow that young woman the chance to get away from a bad situation. She didn't have that opportunity at her job with the agency, and so she quit the job because she was worried that if she continued doing that job, she'd end up in a situation where she was killed or worse. So I think it's critical to make sure that we can protect people that work throughout the state, work for our agencies, and make sure that we're not denying them the tools that they need if their brain and all other ways to protect themselves fail. Because quite honestly, sometimes we run up against very bad people. And when very bad people want to do something to you, it's good to have a tool to stop them. It might be pepper spray. That might be your level of comfort. It might be some new electronic defense weapon that isn't a taser but works in a different way, which is why it's nice to have the language about other self-defense tools. Or it might be a firearm if that's something that you're comfortable with and you understand the consequences of using that. I think that it's very, very important that our plow drivers aren't left to be defenseless. If they end up in a situation where, like that Massachusetts plow truck driver about 20 years ago decided to plow in somebody's car, and there was a really big confrontation. Because right now, without this, somebody who's working for the Department of Transportation can be told that they can't carry a firearm. And they might be left in a very, very vulnerable situation. I think that this is a really common sense expansion of a law that just protects the people of New Hampshire, allows them the same opportunity to protect themselves as every other Granite Stater. And whether or not you personally want to use any of these tools, I find it unconscionable that we would say that somebody's going to go out, work for the state, work for an agency, and they aren't allowed to protect themselves with effective tools. So I support this bill, and I hope that you will support it as well. I would be very supportive of an amendment to outline in statute things like the prison system, where we know that we should not be having people walking in with firearms. Let's make sure that beyond that metal detector, nobody's waltzing in and they're able to make rules about which employees are there. But I have to say that when I heard the news about what happened to Officer Haas, my first thought was, my God, I hope that we didn't prevent him from protecting himself. Unfortunately, we did. We don't know if he would have made the choice to carry or not. We don't know if he would have had the time to do anything. But he was disarmed because of the actions of the state. And we have a chance to fix that now.
For the record, he wouldn't have had time. There was a state trooper standing right there, so it was tragic. But it did call to attention the fact that they were forcing them to be defenseless. So thank you. Any further questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Orris.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, Representative Orrs, Pittsfield Chichester, and thank you, committee. So the point I was going to make basically was dealing with remote situations, and that point's just been made. So thank you very much. I think it's been covered. Thank you.
Thank you. And by that, you meant like the plow drivers and stuff out on the roads?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah.
My wife works for DES. She's been in various remote situations, not only in New Hampshire, but in different states where she's gone out and got in a situation once with a bear and once with a pack of coyotes. And she said, time to start carrying.
Four-legged criminals are sometimes much more dangerous.
Thank you very much.
Chair calls Elliot Booton.
Hello, everyone.
honorable committee members. I'm representing myself as a concerned citizen. I stand in strong support of House Bill 609. New Hampshire's Live Free or Die motto embodies our commitment to personal liberty. We have championed constitutional carry laws, ensuring our citizens' rights and responsibilities remain protected. House Bill 609 recognizes that self-defense extends beyond firearms. By legally protecting tools such as stun guns, tasers, and pepper spray, we ensure all residents can defend themselves. As our fifth president, James Monroe, stated, the right of self-defense never ceases, is among the most sacred and necessary to nations and to individuals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Hannon.
Good evening. Thanks for listening to me today again for the, I don't know how manyth time, but Joe Hannon, Gunners of New Hampshire. We support this bill. I agree with some of the concerns earlier. We should just fix those little changes. But just remember, this isn't legalizing, the use of free reign. You can do whatever you want with stun guns, pepper spray. We have laws on the books. If you use a pepper spray or if you use a spray on someone, it's a misdemeanor. If it's used in the commission of a crime, it's considered a felony. If you use it on a police officer, it's considered a felony with stun guns. But apparently, it's only a misdemeanor if you pepper spray them, and it's not in a crime. But I'll let that alone. Also, the concern about other devices. We heard Bill earlier about paperweights. I'm sorry, brass knuckles, slug shots, and blackjacks being legalized again. This would then, if that would become legalized, this would mean that the state would be the only person with preemption to deal with those laws, and they can address them. This way, we avoid the patchwork like we've heard so many people talk about. Another interesting thing that I think it's not a new idea. RSA 91(8)(a). It's on line 21 on page 1 of 1. 2. It's basically it's a person aggrieved of violation may petition the Superior Court and seek remedies under that RSA. That can lead to reasonable attorney's fees and costs if you are actually in the right, and if you're in the wrong because it's a malicious lawsuit that was brought about for bad reasons, then the jurisdiction, the town, locality, or municipality would be eligible to recover court costs. Also, if there is a bad faith effort made, say if someone knowingly says, oh, I know it's legal to have, but we're going to make a law anyway, that's a bad faith violation. This would give someone standing to go and have a remedy of between $250 and $2,000 of a civil penalty for bad faith violations. Plus, that person would also then have to pay the fees and attorney's costs of the case. So that's not new. We have that for other violations of the preemption law and other things, but this would add these into that. As far as also other self-defense tools, isn't just what I mentioned before that we discussed. It could be something that might not be invented yet. I'm not a big sci-fi fan, but I'd love to have a phaser. That'd be cool. But another debate for another time, but I think that if something new came along, something that was maybe completely harmless, didn't even cause pain, just say we came up with something that could freeze someone in space for a moment. Not, I don't think it's happening anytime soon, but if that happened, wouldn't that be something nice to have as a self-defense tool? We could actually have the state then be the one who's preemptively allowed to take the rights to regulate it. Like, hey, you can't just do it on random people. We'd obviously have laws for things like that, but it would be the state doing it, not this patchwork of localities. So I'd be happy to take any questions. And if not, I got to go to a birthday party. My little girl's turning 16 today. So
I don't see any. You can wish your daughter a happy birthday and part of the committee.
I'll tell her you said that. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing, and we will have a 10-minute recess to caucus, and then we will reconvene and commence with executive sessions. All right. Okay, with that, I'm opening up the executive, wait a minute, stand by. Okay. I am opening the executive session on House Bill 56. And I am recognizing Representative Rhodes to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL for House Bill 56.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Representative Prue. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. I don't really know what has changed from when we heard this bill last year. I do know we have some new members, but I didn't hear anything different in the testimony except for the fact that there was not an exception now for somebody that maybe felt their life was, in danger or was maybe being threatened by somebody. The reason was given that the person might not be trained. It's nice to have people trained, but it certainly is not a requirement. And given this, there's just nothing about it that I think is good. And I really don't think there's much more I can say other than we already all know.
Representative Prue, would you like to speak to your second?
I tend to agree with that. I was really concerned about that if somebody filed a restraining order on somebody, there was an active threat, that they still had to wait the 3 days. The perpetrator has the ability to wait 3 days, get a gun, and then go after her or him, whoever it may be, but not having the ability or a provision to make that happen, I don't see it.
Thank you. I would add the FBI has something called a time to crime records they keep. And that's the time from a firearm is purchased to the time when they actually use it in a crime. And I was unable to find any numbers from New Hampshire where a crime had been committed within 72 hours of being purchased. So there's that. Further discussion. Representative Muse.
I'll be opposing the committee recommendation. What this bill really tries to do is to toughen statutes that keep firearms out of the hands of people that our laws say already should not have those weapons. What we're doing is we're expanding it to private sales that don't involve a licensed firearms dealer, and requiring that a licensed firearms dealer be part of that process. We're not blocking anybody's access to firearms. All we're asking is that people pass the same type of background check that they would have to pass if they purchased the weapon from the dealer. This is not an unreasonable thing to do. This is a common sense public safety measure. The bill was written extremely carefully with input from a lot of different folks, a lot of different constituencies. We went out of our way to address some of the objections that we've heard when previous, I won't say previous versions of this bill, but when other bills that tried to do the same thing were introduced. And we think we satisfactorily met those things. So I think the issue is when you're looking to kill a bill like this, you'll always find a reason to kill it. But there are far more reasons to pass this bill than to kill it. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I ask clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's?
Yes.
Representative Devoyd?
Yes.
Representative Paquette?
Yes.
Representative Sabor Deshwane?
Yes.
Representative Bogert?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright?
No.
Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Newman?
No.
Representative Murphy?
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell?
No.
Representative Shear?
No.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
8-7.
By 8-7, the motion of ITL passes. Representative Muse, will you be doing the minority report?
Yes, I will.
Okay. If you could get it to me by next Tuesday afternoon, please. Yes. And I'll do the majority on this one. And with that, I close the executive session. I open the executive session on House Bill 207. I recognize Representative Rhodes make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass on House Bill 207.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Representative Prue. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just this is not obviously a firearm. My understanding is this, these are at this point basically collector's items. I know there's been some back and forth with the Senate, passing interims or passing and doing different study committees. So we're going to pass it again and send it back over and see what they say.
Thank you. Representative Prue, would you like to speak to your second?
I would. These are long time defense weapons. I'd rather get hit by a blackjack than get shot, right? So, I mean, somebody's attacking me and I'm in a spot that I can't carry a gun because somebody had a rule or it wasn't convenient, and I had one of these. It would be nice to have. Right now I can use an Aspeton that's more powerful than the blackjack or the knuckles. So I don't see why we can't bring these back and take them off the list. Again, there's not many of them around. And again, truly is mostly collectors with these.
Thank you. I would say this. I can carry a samurai sword down the street. I can carry a samurai sword wherever I want. I can carry a baseball bat. I can carry an electrical weapon that will knock you out for a few minutes. I can carry spray that will blind you. I can carry all kinds of things, but I can't carry these. And I was particularly moved by the testimony that pointed out the history. If you think about it for a minute and look at this list of things, these are things that were carried by longshoremen and fishermen, and who would get their paycheck when their boat came back in and go to the bar and tear it up and hit each other with blackjacks and fish killers. And that's really what those things are for, is killing a fish. This is a bygone era type of thing, and it's not protecting anyone. I don't even know where you would get brass knuckles. Last night I looked online. I couldn't even find any place to order them. So it seems silly that we are outlawing the thing that David used to kill Goliath 4,000 years later. So I'm going to move and vote ought to pass. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that it's silly to ban these things, and I also think it's silly that we keep trying to pass this bill. And so I've voted for it the past 2 times, but this time I'm going to vote against the ought to pass motion because I don't understand why we're going ring around the rosy with the Senate on this.
Maybe you're changing your vote will be what it takes. I don't know. Did you have your hand up, Representative Scheer? Oh. And further discussion, Representative Muse.
One thing I would like to say about this bill is I think all you have to do is go out there and Google blackjacks, assault, brass knuckles, and you will literally get hundreds of cases that show up. So these are not injuries that we're reading about from the 17th century in dusty books. These are things that we can go online and we can read about now. There was a case last year. A woman was sitting at a stop sign. A guy had tried to carjack her car. Reaches in through the window, hits her with brass knuckles in the face. If you look for this thing online, I mean, the damage to the face of this woman was something you wouldn't believe. So these are not, fun little antiques that people put on their shelves. There may be some people who do that, but there are people who actually use these weapons. They take them into bars. They take them into situations where where frankly, what they do is they essentially serve as a force multiplier for somebody's fist. When I hit somebody with my fist, and these days I don't generate anywhere near as much power as maybe I used to, but the damage is pretty minimal. I go and put on a pair of brass knuckles, and I can break somebody's orbital bone. They might need 50 stitches for their face. You know, these weapons are designed to take that force and to multiply it, and they cause grievous injuries. And there's evidence of that if we care to look for it. And I think one of the things that we shouldn't do with this committee is tell ourselves nice little stories like this that basically are not true. There's a lot of evidence that these weapons are harmful and that they should stay prohibited in New Hampshire.
I can likewise Google for hours and look at hammer attacks and knife attacks and all these other. I mean, Britain right now is riddled with knife attacks, and they're discussing making a license to buy a steak knife. So that doesn't seem to help. So Representative, who? Paquette.
I was just going to say, as far as a force multiplier, I mean, you don't need to use one of these items to be a force multiplier. You know, I once broke somebody's orbit with my boot, you know, and if I wanted to hurt somebody here, you know, I could use my fist, I could use that stick, I could use a gavel. So any of those other things could be a force multiplier, you know, and I don't have to go out and specifically buy any of those. So I don't know that, you know, that would be more lethal than the other.
Thank you. Representative Scher.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but I've been provoked now. You know, when we're talking about knives, steak knives, and things like that, they have other uses. The things we're talking about here are brass knuckles don't have other, put aside the collector item issue, brass knuckles don't have another use. Blackjacks don't have another use. And that's the difference. Second, back in the 80s, again, this is somewhat ancient history, but I represented a number of people who were charged with, who did significant damage to people with blackjacks and with brass knuckles. Some, without getting into the details, some were convicted, some were not convicted, but that's my concern.
And your point is well taken, but I would go back to a sword has one purpose, and so does a firearm, and we don't make those illegal. And as a matter of fact, the Supreme Court has said that the electric weapons and weapons like that in common use fall under the Second Amendment. Whether we like it or not, it is the truth. So it doesn't make sense to me that some things are legal and some things are not, when the more devastating things are legal. It doesn't make any sense, as I said, that the weapon that Davy used to kill Goliath, we make illegal. Seeing no further discussion, ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is ought to pass.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle?
Yes.
Representative Devoyd?
Yes.
Representative Paquette?
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschwanay?
Yes.
Representative Bogert?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright?
No.
Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Newman?
No.
Representative Murphy?
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell?
No.
Representative Scheer?
No.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
8-7.
8-7. Motion carries. Who was going to do the minority report? Representative here at Gathright. Same thing, please, by midday next Tuesday. And I'll do the majority report. So I have to argue it anyway. With that, I close the executive session. I open the executive session on House Bill 352 and recognize myself for a motion. I move inexpedient to legislate.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I will speak to my motion. The polling place issue to me is, again, it's about this thing we put in our head about geography. 100 feet here I can, 100 feet there I can't. it doesn't make any sense. People that say, well, it can be intimidating. I didn't hear any cases, nor has anyone come forward to testify that there were cases of intimidation in New Hampshire with firearms at a polling place. It's against the law to menace someone with a firearm already. Police are already there. They would make an arrest were that the case. The fact that someone sees a firearm and becomes nervous, that's unfortunate, but we are the United States, and this is New Hampshire, and we do have firearms. So making someone have to disarm themselves to stop off and vote, especially if they're going somewhere else afterwards, it just doesn't make any sense that we're going to take away one right so that you can do another. And expanding the absentee voting, absolutely no. We've already expanded that quite far enough as far as I'm concerned. Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Prue?
You covered most of it, but when the sponsor said it, well, if you feel uncomfortable without your gun, you can do absentee voting, and I'd just say it goes the other way around too. But I agree, it shouldn't be unarming people.
Yeah. And I would just add schools are sometimes polling places. And that was raised as, as if the children, well, first of all, generally when there's a polling going on, the school's closed. Second of all, federal law says you can't carry a firearm into a school unless you have a license. And the people that still have licenses have gone through background checks, and to buy a firearm, you've had a background check. That's all. Further discussion. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to state for the record that while I personally don't believe that your Second Amendment rights disappear when you go into a polling place, I will be voting, as my constituents have requested, against this bill and with my caucus.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is what? Go ahead.
I think one of the most sacred things in this country is being able to go into a polling place and vote. What this bill does is address a long history in this country of voting intimidation. And what it does is it lowers the risk of voter intimidation. When I introduced a similar bill 4 years ago, we actually amended the voter intimidation statute instead of the gun statute for this bill, because what this act does and what the risk is that people will be intimidated. I think given the level of division that we have in this country, and given the focus that so many people have on voting and the voting process, one of the things that we've already seen are poll workers have been threatened. People have stood, armed people have stood near drop boxes in places like Arizona. This is behavior that we are seeing. We've actually seen it in Manchester in the 2020 election. So the bottom line is, has it happened a lot to this point? I think it's happened enough to justify some precaution, and I think this is a sensible precaution that we should take, and it's a sensible precaution that some states have been taking since 1776, when the Constitution was first written. I think there's a general recognition that no right is absolute. And if you look at Article 3 of the New Hampshire Constitution, one of the things that you'll see is that we basically say that. So there are situations where the right of people to be safe, and to be in a situation where they can, exercise their rights safely, does at times overcome an individual right. And this is and I think one of the things that we have to do is, when we make law, is we need to achieve some sort of level of balance. And that balance does not always mean that if it's a Second Amendment issue, it tips over every other right that people have. So that's where I am on this, and that's why I'm voting against the ITL recommendation.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Scheer.
Being the man of compromise that I am, I think the obvious compromise here, which was raised initially by the chair, is that we change the word carry to clearly display. And I think that meets all the concerns here. My understanding is that procedurally that's going to arise in another context. So I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote ITL on this.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I ask clerk to call the roll. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Lascelles,
Yes.
Representative Devoyd,
Yes.
Representative Paquette,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschwanay,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright,
No.
Representative Muse,
No.
Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Murphy.
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Scheer,
No.
Chairman Roy.
Chair votes yes. I thought the representative said he
8-7.
was going to vote ITL.
too.
I was that close.
Sometimes ITLs are confusing on which way you should vote. I found that out early.
The motion of inexpedient to legislate carries by a vote of 8-7. And who will be writing the minority report? Representative Muse. Same thing, Tuesday midday, please. And I'll write the majority. Yeah, these are all regular calendar. With that, I close the executive session. I open the executive session on House Bill 381, and I recognize Representative Rhodes for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ought to pass for HB 381, but I would like to yield to the chairman to just do the brief discussion as I was focusing on an amendment.
Sure. I'll second it, and then I'll speak to it. So I seconded that. This bill presents an interesting legal perspective for us. It discusses exempting firearms built in the state of New Hampshire and sold within the state of New Hampshire from the National Firearms Act. And it's, according to the sponsor, it's designed to elicit or provoke the federal government into trying to enforce their oversight through the 14th Amendment in what we would say is an overreach by using the laws that they have to get into commerce, the Interstate Commerce Clause, where they have overextended their reach into so many things in so many states. A good example was brought up with regard to farmers and their ability to control what you grow in your property within the state. So while this is about the Firearms Act, it's more than that. It's about the federal government's overreach using the Commerce Clause. And the sponsor feels like it would get that case moving. Whether that happens remains to be seen, but we're going to support it. Further discussion. Representative Scheer.
Yeah, I'm just, as a law professor, I'm not a big fan of passing legislation purely for the purpose of as articulated, to challenge the Commerce Clause or anything else. So I think I'm going to vote against this proposition.
Thank you. Yeah, I tend to agree, but then I thought, how else do you get him to take a case if you don't make one? So, see no further discussion. I ask clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is ought to pass.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Lascelles,
Yes.
Representative Devoyd,
Yes.
Representative Paquette,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschwanay,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright,
No.
Representative Muse,
No.
Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Murphy,
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell?
No.
Representative Shear?
No.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
8-7.
By a vote of 8-7, the motion not to pass carries. Who's going to write the? Who? Buzz, got it? Okay. No, I'm not sure yet. Representative Shaborn DeSanea, would you like to maybe write the report on this? The argument for it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll give you guidelines and tell you how
Yes,
to
sir.
do it. Thank you. You get it? Well, I would assume you know how to take your legal brief and shrink it by 110%. Okay, with that, I close the executive session and I open the executive session on House Bill 506 and I recognize myself to introduce a motion of ought to pass, and I have an amendment. Can I get a second?
Oh, I'll second that. Sorry.
That's all right.
Waiting for you. to
Yeah,
be
I
done
got,
with your
I got my
amendment talk.
paperwork spiel here first, and we're gonna pass it out. Here, pass these down. I don't know if that's enough. They gave me a whole stack of them there. Pass these that way, please.
506.
So I'll speak to the bill and the amendment. The bill, we passed this bill last year. It seeks to return the property to people in a quicker fashion than they're already having to go through. Some people we heard wait months and spend thousands to get their own property back because of the way it's set up. So this would seek to speed that process up. The amendment that was brought, it simply says, upon receipt of a proceed response from the Department of Safety, court shall immediately issue an order to return property. Now, there was discussion of 2 days, 3 days. I didn't want to get into it because the courts set their own schedule. They can determine immediately how they want. Hopefully, it means they'll do it as soon as they possibly can. And they will mail a certified copy or a copy to the police department, and they'll call the petitioner and say, there's a copy available here at the court if you want to come get it. If they want to come get it and drive down and get their stuff that day with a certified copy from the court, they can, or they can wait for it to come in the mail. It just gives them an option to get it faster. And that's really it. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, and the motion is to adopt amendment number 0182H.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's?
Yes.
Representative Devoyd? Representative Paquette?
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschwanay?
Yes.
Representative Bogert?
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Shear?
Yes.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
15-0.
At this point, I would move ought to pass as amended. Seconded by Representative Murray. I don't think, does anyone want to have any more discussion? I think we covered what it does. Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass as amended.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's?
Yes.
Representative Devoyd?
Yes.
Representative Paquette?
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschwanay?
Yes.
Representative Bogert?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright? Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Newman? Representative Murphy?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Shear?
Yes.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
15-0.
15-0, motion carries unanimously. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, it will go on consent. I hereby close the executive session. And with that, I open. I don't think, yeah, we don't have the amendments. I'm going to appoint a subcommittee on House Bill 609. And I'm going to appoint myself, Representative Boyd, and Representative Newell, and Representative Murray. And we'll meet sometime next week. Myself, Representative Boyd, yeah. No, yeah, Representative Murray and Representative Newell. What's that? 6:09. And with that, we're done for the day, thankfully, and tomorrow's a new day.